Recap before part 46. The triangle: love, lust, and deception, blood ties, and bed sheets. Philip and Caleb's forbidden affair started as a reckless secret, first betraying Madison and later Jason. When Caleb finally left Madison, he pursued a real relationship with Jason, but old habits die hard. Soon, he found himself tangled up with Philip again. When Jason discovered Caleb's betrayal, it nearly ended them. But instead of walking away, Jason confronted the truth. His love for Caleb was undeniable, and his attraction to Philip had always lingered beneath the surface. Rather than tearing them apart, the deception led to an unexpected proposition, turning their messy love triangle into something real. The three men dove into a three-way relationship, navigating jealousy, passion, and the blurred lines between love and lust. But things took a turn when Caleb and Philip were caught together without Jason, igniting feelings of exclusion and betrayal. A heated argument followed, but after the dust settled, they realized the issue wasn't love. It was about communication and trust. Now, in part 46, Jason, Caleb, and Philip are at a crossroads. They must decide if they can move forward as equals or if their tangled desires will pull them apart once again. A new understanding. The air in the house was thick with tension, but not the kind that led to fights. This was something else. A slow-burning, electric kind of energy that crackled beneath the surface of their relationship. After the argument about being left out, Jason, Caleb, and Philip had spent the past few days navigating their new dynamic with careful steps, like dancers afraid of stepping on each other's toes. Jason, who'd been the most hurt by what happened, found himself watching the two men more closely, not in suspicion, but in fascination. He wanted to understand their connection. Not just the physical side, but the unspoken bond between Caleb and Philip, the way their history intertwined with their present. And in turn, he wanted to solidify his own place in this tangled web of love, lust, and unbreakable ties. One evening, as they sat on the back porch under the dim glow of the hanging lights, Caleb finally spoke up. "I don't want to lose either of you," he admitted, his voice steady but laced with vulnerability. "But we need to be honest about what we need from each other." Philip nodded, his usual smirk absent for once. "Yeah, I don't want this to feel like a competition. I don't want any of us feeling like they have to fight for attention or approval." Jason exhaled slowly, letting the weight of their words settle in. "Then we make a promise. No secrets. If something happens, if someone needs something, we talk about it. No sneaking, no guessing. We're in this together." It was a moment of clarity, one that had been long overdue. The past few months had been a whirlwind of passion, deception, and uncertainty, but now they had a chance to redefine what they had, not as a secret, but as something real, something worth holding on to. Caleb reached across the space between them, linking his fingers with both Philip's and Jason's. "Then let's do this right." And for the first time in a long time, the three of them felt like they were finally on the same page, testing boundaries, proving love. The tension in the house had finally settled after their explosive argument over Caleb and Philip's secret encounter. Jason had made it clear, if this relationship was going to work, there had to be honesty and equality. No more sneaking around. No more exclusions. But even with the air cleared, there was still an unspoken energy between them. Jealousy doesn't just disappear overnight, and Jason couldn't help but feel the need for reassurance. Not just in words, but in action. That's when he proposed a test. "If this thing is real," Jason said, looking between Caleb and Philip, "then prove it. I want to see if you two can handle what it really means to be with me, with each other, as equals." Caleb smirked, intrigued. Philip raised an eyebrow. "And what exactly are you suggesting?" Jason leaned back, crossing his arms. "One night where I'm in control. No secrets. No sneaking around. If you really want this, you'll let me set the rules for a change." Philip and Caleb exchanged glances. This was new territory, but if Jason needed this to feel secure in what they had, then they had no choice but to go along with it. "All right," Caleb said. "We're listening." Jason smiled, knowing this was going to be a night they'd never forget, a night of no secrets. Jason stood in the dimly lit bedroom, arms crossed, his sharp eyes studying Caleb and Philip closely. His expression was unreadable, but the air around him was thick with unspoken expectations. You two had your moment without me, Jason said, his voice low and steady, the weight of his words settling into the silence. Now, I want to see if this thing between us is real. No games. No lies. Just trust. He paused, waiting for them to absorb what he was saying, watching as their gazes met, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. This was the moment they had all been waiting for, the moment they had to decide whether they could truly be vulnerable with each other. Philip shifted slightly, his jaw tightening as he glanced over at Caleb, who gave him a barely perceptible nod. They had no choice but be honest now. No more pretending. Caleb had always been one to hide his fears, his doubts, but tonight, there was nowhere to hide. All right, Caleb finally said, his voice calm, but there was a slight tremble beneath it. We're listening, Jason. No secrets. Jason's lips curled up into a smile, a small, knowing smile. Good, he said softly. Let's start simple. Tell me your biggest fear about this relationship. No holding back. Just speak your truth. Philip hesitated, his eyes narrowing for a moment as he wrestled with the vulnerability of the question. He wasn't used to opening up, not like this. He liked being in control, hiding behind his charm and wit. But with Jason, it felt different. Losing control, Philip said finally, his voice rough with emotion. I don't want to wake up one day and realize I've ruined everything because I couldn't handle my own feelings. It scares me. Caleb looked at Philip with sympathy in his eyes, but remained silent, waiting for his turn. Jason was listening intently, sensing the truth beneath Philip's words. I get that, Jason said softly, his hand resting gently on Philip's chest. He turned to Caleb then. Your turn. Caleb exhaled deeply, his eyes flicking to the floor before meeting Jason's gaze. Mine, he asked, his voice quieter now. This isn't enough. I'll always feel like I have to fight for something more, even when I already have everything I need. I guess I'm scared that one day I'll end up just empty. Jason's heart softened at Caleb's admission. He reached out, placing his hand over Caleb's. That won't happen, not if we face it together. The sincerity in Jason's voice reached both Caleb and Philip, and for a brief moment, the weight of their past mistakes felt lighter. Maybe, just maybe, they could build something that was real this time. Jason looked at them both, Caleb, who had been the center of his heart for so long, and Philip, who had crept under his skin in ways he never expected. Then let's make a promise tonight. No more running, no more hiding. We face it all together. All the good, the bad, all of it. Both men nodded, their faces soft with understanding and a shared determination. It was a promise they would have to keep, but they were ready. Breaking old habits. The days after their honest conversation felt different, lighter, somehow. There were still moments when the doubt crept in, but Jason felt a sense of calm confidence in what they had decided. Caleb and Philip were both committed. He could feel it in the way they looked at him, the way they moved together. But trust, real trust, takes time to rebuild. And it wasn't long before their past habits began to test that trust. A week after their conversation, Jason was away for the evening. He left the two of them alone in the house, something he didn't often do. His absence had a strange effect on them, though neither of them was fully prepared for what would happen next. Caleb and Philip had been spending more time together, and their chemistry, ever present, had only grown stronger. It had started innocently enough. Shared glances, casual conversations, but the air between them was thick, and neither could deny the pull. They were alone now, and the moment they were in was one they'd been dancing around for weeks. Neither one of them wanted to be the first to break, but they both felt that undeniable spark. It was in the way Caleb's eyes held Philip's gaze, in the way Philip's breath hitched as Caleb moved closer. You're looking at me like you did before, Philip said, voice low and teasing, but there was something beneath it, something more vulnerable. Caleb ran a hand through his hair, the tension in his jaw betraying him. I know, he murmured, his voice thick with temptation, but I don't want to make the same mistake again. We agreed, no secrets, no more sneaking around. Philip stepped closer, leaning in until there was barely any space between them. He didn't say anything at first. He didn't need to. Their lips almost brushed, the anticipation hanging between them like a live wire. He could feel Caleb's pulse quicken, his chest rising and falling with each breath. Then quietly, with the quiet assurance of someone who had finally accepted their desire, Philip said, "But, Caleb, do you really want to fight this? We both know what we're feeling." Caleb felt his resolve falter, the tension in the room crackling like electricity. He stared at Philip, the temptation, the desire all rushing through him. But something was holding him back. He knew Jason was out there, somewhere, trusting them. Could he really risk betraying that? After a long silence, Caleb finally shook his head. No, no more secrets. No more running. He took a step back, pulling Philip into him, closing the gap between them as their lips met with a quiet urgency. But this time was different. Caleb wasn't just following the urge of his body. He was making a choice, one that didn't involve hiding. And as their kiss deepened, something inside of him shifted. The temptation line. They pulled away from the kiss, both of them breathing heavily. But Caleb wasn't finished yet. His voice was low but firm. "No, not like this. Not again. I won't betray Jason. I can't." Philip's expression faltered for a moment, disappointment flickering in his eyes, but it was gone as quickly as it came. He nodded slowly, understanding. "You're right," Philip said, his voice surprisingly calm. "We've already crossed so many lines. I just didn't want to stop." "I know," Caleb said softly, "but I don't want to keep feeling like I'm losing myself. This isn't just about us anymore. It's about Jason, too, and he needs to trust me." Philip's lips curved into a half-smile. "You really love him, don't you?" Caleb didn't need to answer. The way he looked at Philip, the sincerity in his eyes, said everything. He loved Jason more than he had ever realized. "I love both of you," Caleb said, his voice quiet but unwavering. "And I'm going to prove it. We'll do this the right way." Philip smiled, a rare, genuine smile, and placed his hand on Caleb's shoulder. "Then let's make it work. Together." And just like that, everything shifted. They weren't just trying to make the relationship work anymore. They were committed to it, to each other, to the truth, testing boundaries. The days after Caleb and Philip's conversation felt almost like a turning point. There was still tension in the air, but it was different now, heavier, more intentional. They had spoken openly, shared their fears, and committed to making things work. But as with any relationship, the true test always comes in the moments of temptation. Jason, however, wasn't blind to the changes. He could feel the shift between Caleb and Philip. The way their interactions had become charged with something more than what they were showing him. He didn't want to let his own insecurities get the better of him, but he could feel a creeping sense of doubt. Was everything truly as it seemed, or was there something more going on beneath the surface? Caleb had been spending more time at home lately, though it was still clear that there was unfinished business between him and Philip. Jason, being the perceptive one, noticed it first. He could tell when someone wasn't being entirely honest. And there was something about their energy that felt different. Caleb and Philip hadn't fully committed to the idea of being a three-way relationship, at least not in the way Jason had imagined. They were still walking a fine line between affection and desire, and Jason wasn't sure if he wanted to be a part of that dance anymore. It was late one evening when Jason finally decided to confront Caleb about it. He had been holding off, wanting to give him space, but the weight of uncertainty was pressing too heavily on him now. The more time he spent reflecting, the more he realized that trust was something they were still building. And if they wanted their relationship to grow, they needed to face the truth about what they were actually feeling. Jason waited until they were all in the living room, the dim light casting shadows across the room. Caleb was on the couch, flicking through channels absent-mindedly, and Philip was at the window, staring out into the night. Jason could feel the tension in the air as he approached them. "Caleb." "Philip," Jason said, his voice calm but carrying the weight of the question that had been lingering on his mind for days. "I need to ask, what are we really doing here? Are we still trying to make this work, or are we just avoiding the truth?" Caleb froze, his eyes locking with Jason's as Philip turned around slowly, his face full of understanding. There was no escaping it now. The truth had been hanging in the air like an unspoken promise. Caleb opened his mouth but hesitated, his words coming out slowly. "I'm not sure, Jason," he admitted, his voice softer than Jason had expected. "I'm not sure what this is anymore. I'm still figuring it out. But I don't want to hurt you. I don't want you to feel like I'm pulling away." Jason looked at Philip, whose expression had softened as well. Philip walked over to Jason, placing a hand on his shoulder, his eyes full of sincerity. "Jason," he said quietly, "we've all made mistakes, but this isn't about making the same ones again. We're trying to make something real, something different, but we all need to be on the same page. The three of us." Jason exhaled slowly, feeling the weight of their words. There had been so many moments where they had danced around the truth, pretending that everything was fine when, in reality, they were still learning how to navigate their desires and their emotions. But in that moment, he realized something important. No one had ever truly come out and said the hardest thing, that they needed to be more open with each other about what they wanted and what they needed. "I'm willing to try," Jason said quietly, his voice carrying the same weight as his words. "But I need to know that you two can be honest with me. No more secrets. No more pretending. I want to be part of this, but only if we're all in it together." Caleb looked at Philip, then back to Jason, nodding slowly. "You're right. No more pretending." His words were a promise, a vow that they would be transparent with each other. "We're in this together, no matter what it takes." Philip placed a hand on Jason's shoulder, his voice gentle but firm. "And I'll make sure that we don't fall into old patterns. We'll do this the right way." He hesitated for a moment, his gaze lingering on Jason with an intensity that conveyed both regret and hope. "We're here for you, Jason. All the way." The tension that had lingered for so long slowly began to melt away, replaced by a shared sense of resolve. The moment felt pivotal. Their relationship had been on the brink of unraveling, but they were choosing to face the difficult truths together. There would be challenges ahead, but for the first time in a long time, it felt like they were on the same side. As the night wore on, they talked, they listened, and they made promises to each other. But the real test was still ahead. Would they be able to keep those promises when temptation came knocking again? Only time would tell. Jason knew one thing for sure. This time, he wasn't going to let fear control him. He was ready to fight for something real. And he wasn't alone, navigating boundaries. The next few days felt like a whirlwind of emotions and realizations for all three of them. They had come to terms with the complexities of their unconventional relationship, but the real work was just beginning. The conversations that followed their heart-to-heart were deep, open, and sometimes uncomfortable as they tried to navigate the desires, needs, and expectations. Jason had spent a lot of time reflecting after their late-night talk. It was clear to him now that while their relationship had always been intense, it wasn't just about lust. It was about connection, real, raw, vulnerable connection. But there were still pieces of the puzzle they hadn't fully explored yet. Jason was determined to move forward, but the lingering feeling that they were still walking on a fine line made him wonder if they could truly handle the pressure of being so intertwined. Caleb and Philip were still sorting through their own insecurities, and although they both expressed a desire to make things work, there was an underlying tension that neither could completely shake off. They hadn't fully healed from their past mistakes, and there was always that nagging fear that their old patterns would resurface. Jason was determined to make it work, but not at the cost of his own well-being. He had already been hurt in the past, and while he was willing to give his heart again, he wasn't willing to throw it away. Trust had to be rebuilt, and that would take time. One evening, after another long conversation about boundaries, Jason suggested they spend a quiet night at home, just the three of them. He wanted to reconnect, not just physically, but emotionally, to remind themselves that they could still make this work without letting the outside world complicate things further. That night, Caleb and Philip arrived home from work at the same time. They hadn't spoken much during the day, but the silence didn't feel as heavy as it had in the past. Caleb greeted Jason with a soft kiss on the lips, his eyes reflecting the same sincerity he had shown the night they had talked. "I've been thinking about everything we talked about," Caleb said, pulling him into a hug. "And I know it's not going to be easy, but I want to make it work." Jason smiled softly, his heart swelling at the words. "It wasn't perfect, but it was progress. We'll figure it out. Together." Philip entered the room, his usual intensity softened by the gentleness in his eyes. I'm in this too, he said, his voice steady. We all have to be committed. I want us to be strong. They sat together on the couch, the three of them sharing a quiet moment. Jason could feel the shift in the room. There was still tension, but there was also a newfound understanding between them. The air was thick with anticipation, but this time it was different. They weren't rushing into anything. They were simply trying to be present with each other. The night progressed slowly, with the three of them talking more deeply about their desires, their fears, and the boundaries they still needed to define. As the evening wore on, it was clear that they were beginning to understand each other in ways they hadn't before. Honesty and vulnerability were the cornerstones they were now building their relationship on, and it felt like a fresh start. But even as they talked, the weight of temptation still lingered in the background. They all knew that their relationship wasn't traditional, and that came with its own set of challenges. But they were willing to try. They had to try. As the night wore on, they shared more than just words. Caleb, with his usual fire, kissed Jason deeply, his hands moving to pull him closer. Philip, watching with quiet intensity, joined them, his touch gentle and considerate. This wasn't just about sex. It was about connection. It was about proving to each other that they were more than their past mistakes. The room filled with the sound of their breath, their bodies moving together as they each found a rhythm that felt right for them. There was no rush, no urgency, just a shared understanding that this was a step forward. It wasn't perfect, but it was progress. And for the first time in a long while, they all felt safe. Afterward, as they lay together, Jason felt a deep sense of peace. He wasn't sure what the future held for them, but for the first time in a long time, he felt like he was exactly where he was meant to be. There were still challenges ahead, moments when their insecurities would rise, but they had made it this far, and they were willing to keep moving forward, one step at a time. Facing the past, embracing the future, the days after their intimate reconnection were filled with a mix of relief and lingering uncertainty. Caleb, Jason, and Philip had made progress, but the road ahead was still uncharted. While they had been able to explore their connection more deeply and physically, they all knew that emotional intimacy needed just as much attention, if not more. Jason found himself reflecting on the moment they had shared in the quiet of their home. He had been touched not just by the closeness, but by how vulnerable and open they had been with each other. For the first time in a while, he felt like they were on the same page, each of them working toward building something that was theirs and theirs alone. But doubts were still there, like echoes in the past that wouldn't fade. Caleb, who had always been passionate and impulsive, knew he had made mistakes. He was trying his best to prove that he was committed to making this work, not just for himself, but for the three of them. His past infidelity weighed on him, and though he had tried to move past it, there were moments when he felt like his actions had been irreparable. He needed to make peace with it, and more importantly, he needed to show Jason and Philip that he was ready to truly build a future with them. It wasn't going to be easy. Philip, always the one who thrived in the shadows of intensity, was quieter than usual. He had come to realize that his role in the relationship was more than just being the one who stirred things up. It was about building trust and offering the support that Jason and Caleb both needed. He had always been driven by desire, but now it was different. He felt something deeper, a connection that, if nurtured, could be far more meaningful than any of their previous encounters. They had decided to spend the weekend together in a cabin by the lake, a place where they could disconnect from the world and focus solely on each other. Jason had suggested the idea, knowing that they needed time away to continue healing and to continue learning what it meant to truly be a team. As they drove to the cabin, the three of them shared quiet smiles, but Jason couldn't help but notice the silent tension that still lingered between them. Despite everything, they were still trying to trust. He had come to understand that trust, especially in relationships like theirs, wasn't something that could just be given. It had to be earned time and time again. He wanted to trust Caleb and Philip, and he knew they both wanted the same. But he also understood that this wouldn't happen overnight. Arriving at the cabin, the picturesque setting was the perfect place to escape their worries. The lake shimmered in the sunlight, and the trees swayed gently in the breeze. The sound of birds and rustling leaves added to the peaceful atmosphere. It was the perfect setting for a fresh start. Inside, they settled in, the comfort of the cabin wrapping them in warmth. Caleb immediately made coffee, the comforting aroma filling the room. Jason, pulling a blanket from the couch, draped it over his shoulders as he sat beside Philip, who was already sprawled out with a book in hand. "We need to have some fun," Jason said softly, leaning over to Caleb, his voice light. "We've been so serious lately. Let's not forget why we're here. Let's just enjoy each other's company." Caleb raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Jason's suggestion. "What do you have in mind?" he asked, a playful smirk spreading across his face. Jason grinned, a mischievous gleam in his eye. "Let's go for a swim," he suggested, standing up and pulling Caleb to his feet. "We've been talking so much, but we need to let loose. No pressure, no heavy conversations, just the three of us, enjoying a carefree moment." Philip put down his book, a smile forming on his lips. "I'm in," he said, the playful energy from earlier in the day making a return. "Let's see if we can't have some fun." The three of them walked outside, the cool air surrounding them as they made their way to the lake. The water was crisp and refreshing, and they dove in, their laughter echoing across the water. It was the first time in a long while that Jason felt truly free. Free from the weight of their past mistakes and uncertainties. They were simply three people, enjoying each other's company, with no expectations beyond the simple pleasure of being in the moment. As they swam, their connection deepened once again. There were no words, just a feeling of being close to each other, physically, emotionally, and mentally. When they finally climbed out of the water, their wet clothes clinging to their bodies, it was as if the burdens they had carried had been momentarily lifted. Back in the cabin, they dried off and sat around the fire, wrapped in blankets. They were no longer rushing to fill the silence. They had reached a comfortable place of being together, knowing that while things might never be perfect, they were in it together. They had taken the first step towards something deeper, and that was enough for now. The night ended quietly, each of them drifting off to sleep with the feeling that they had come closer to healing. They had spent the day in a simple, grounding way. No fights, no drama, just an acknowledgement that things could be different. Tomorrow, they would have to face whatever came next. But for tonight, they were content. Together, a new beginning, new boundaries. The sun rose gently over the lake, casting a warm golden hue over the small cabin. The crisp morning air, still holding the coolness of night, felt refreshing as Jason, Caleb, and Philip sat on the porch, sipping their coffee. The night of peace they'd shared seemed to have lifted the weight that had been hanging over them for so long. But as the new day began, the reality of the work they had ahead of them started to settle in. Jason couldn't help but reflect on how much had changed over the past few days. It felt like they had crossed a bridge, one that hadn't just brought them closer physically, but emotionally as well. There was a sense of hope now, something that had been missing for so long in their tangled relationship. "I feel like we've been on this emotional roller coaster," Jason said softly, gazing at the lake in front of him. "But for the first time in a long while, I'm starting to see that maybe, just maybe, we can make this work. All of us." Caleb, who was sitting beside him, smiled and gently placed his hand on Jason's. "I know I've hurt you, Jason," he said, his voice sincere. "And I'm not proud of that. But I'm here. I'm here to make it right, even if that takes time. I don't want to lose you, either of you." Jason looked over at Philip, who had been quiet, watching the sunrise with a calm expression. It was clear to Jason that Philip, too, had been doing a lot of thinking. There was an intensity in his gaze, but it was mixed with vulnerability. It was the first time in a while that Jason had seen him without his usual guarded demeanor. "Philip," Jason began, his voice gentle, "I know this isn't easy for you either, being in the middle of all of this, with all the emotions flying around." Philip met Jason's eyes, the weight of the moment sinking in. "It's not easy, no," he said, "but it's worth it. I want to make this work. I want to make it work with both of you, not just for the fun, but for something real." The words felt different coming from him. The sincerity was there, something that Jason hadn't always expected from Philip, given his usual carefree nature. "But we have to set boundaries," Caleb added, his tone more serious now. "We've all been too caught up in the heat of the moment, the attraction, the excitement. But real relationships, whether the couple or a trio, need structure. They need respect." Jason nodded. The word respect had been something he'd clung to during their relationship. It was what had been lacking before, when Caleb had strayed. It wasn't just about love. It was about honor, about treating each other as equals in all of this. Boundaries, Jason repeated, the word feeling important. We need to talk about what we want, where we draw the line, and how we can keep this healthy for all of us. This isn't just about what we feel right now. It's about what we can build together. Philip ran his hand through his hair and looked out over the lake, as if gathering his thoughts. I'm in, he said, his voice steady. We all need to be honest about what we need, what we want, and what we can't compromise on. The air seemed to thicken with the weight of their conversation, but Jason didn't mind. He could feel the shift between them, the decision to face things head-on instead of dancing around their fears and desires. We can't expect everything to be perfect, Jason said softly. I don't know what the future holds, but I do know that right now we're doing something most people never get the chance to do. We're making it work. Caleb squeezed Jason's hand, a silent agreement between them. Together, for the rest of the morning, they spent time talking, really talking, about everything. Their past mistakes, their present emotions, and what they wanted for the future. They talked about their fears, about the idea of balancing their connection as a trio, and about how they could support each other in ways that honored everyone involved. By the time lunch rolled around, they had outlined a few basic rules for themselves, the boundaries that would give them a foundation to build on. They agreed to communicate openly about their feelings and desires, to make time for one another, individually and together, and most importantly, to respect each other's space and needs. They all knew that things wouldn't always be easy, and that there would be moments of tension and doubt. But as they shared a quiet meal together, laughing and joking as they had done the night before, they realized they were in a place of understanding and mutual care that had eluded them before. The afternoon was spent walking around the lake, enjoying the simple pleasures of being outdoors. They didn't talk much, but the silence was comfortable, each of them enjoying the peace that came from just being together. By evening, as the sun dipped behind the trees, Jason felt a sense of contentment he hadn't felt in a long time. He knew their journey was far from over, but for the first time, it felt like they were heading in the right direction. They had faced their past, worked through their fears, and come to an understanding. It wasn't about perfection. It was about the willingness to try. And in that moment, as they stood together, he felt that maybe, just maybe, they had a chance. The test of trust. The days following their heartfelt conversation on the porch were a blur of emotions and adjustments. For Jason, Caleb, and Philip, it was a time of discovery, as they learned what it meant to live out the complex dynamic they'd chosen for themselves. Despite their shared moments of joy, the weight of what they'd committed to never really left them. The next few weeks were filled with both moments of laughter and times of silence, as each of them grappled with the reality of their relationship. They had all agreed to be open and honest, but the process of unlearning old patterns, especially when it came to jealousy, boundaries, and vulnerability, was harder than any of them had anticipated. Jason found himself struggling the most. He wasn't sure if it was a fear of being hurt again, or the nagging doubt that something might go wrong. They were trying to make it work, but there were still so many unknowns. He could tell Caleb was trying, but sometimes there was a certain distance in Caleb's eyes, as if he was unsure of how to be everything they needed him to be. On the other hand, Philip was proving to be more than just the wild card Jason had once perceived him to be. There were moments where he showed tenderness, care, and a willingness to adapt to relationship in ways Jason hadn't expected. But there was also that familiar carefree attitude, a part of him that seemed resistant to fully settle down and face the responsibilities of their connection. One afternoon, Jason sat alone in the living room, his thoughts a tangled mess. He loved Caleb. He loved Philip. But was love enough? He couldn't ignore the gnawing sense that something was still missing. Was it trust? Was it the fear that Caleb might slip back into old habits? The door creaked open, and Jason looked up to see Caleb entering, his face tired but soft with a hint of concern. "Hey," Caleb greeted, setting his keys down on the counter. "You okay?" Jason sighed, rubbing his eyes. "I'm fine. Just thinking." Caleb stepped closer, sitting beside him on the couch. "What's on your mind?" Jason hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to phrase his concerns. I don't know. I feel like we're still walking on eggshells. You said you wanted this to work, but sometimes I feel like you're still holding back. Caleb's brows furrowed, and he reached out, gently touching Jason's arm. I'm not holding back, Jason. I'm trying to be careful. I don't want to mess things up again. Jason felt a pang in his chest. He knew Caleb was trying, but the old wounds were still there, the ones caused by his infidelity, the ones that had shaken his trust in Caleb to the core. I just don't want to feel like I'm being replaced, Jason said quietly. Like, maybe you're still holding something back for Philip. I can't compete with that. Caleb's expression softened. He reached for Jason's hand. You're not competing with anyone, Jason. You're the one I'm committed to. Both of you. But I get it. It's not easy, and I know I'm not perfect. I'm still learning. But I need you to trust me. Jason swallowed hard, trying to hold back the tears that threatened to come. The vulnerability in Caleb's voice, his honest attempt to explain, struck a chord deep inside him. It's just so hard to know if I can, Jason admitted. After everything that happened with Philip before, with Madison, it's hard to just let go of that fear. I don't want to get hurt again. Caleb leaned in, brushing a lock of hair away from Jason's face. I'm not going anywhere, Jason. I promise. We've got to move forward. We both do. There was a long pause, and for a moment, it felt as though the weight of the world had settled between them. Jason let the silence fill the room before he nodded. I want to believe you, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. And in that moment, Caleb leaned forward, closing the gap between them. Their lips met in a soft kiss, tentative at first, as if both were testing the waters of trust and vulnerability once again. But it quickly deepened, a shared promise between them, a promise to try, to trust, and to move forward together. Later that evening, when Philip returned to cabin, the air felt different. There was a renewed sense of understanding between Jason and Caleb, a sense that maybe they could make it work after all. But as they all sat down to dinner, something hung in the air, something unsaid. The boundaries had been set, but there was still one question lingering in the back of Jason's mind. Could they really make this work without the past sabotaging their future? The next few days would be a test. They had agreed to be honest. But honesty wasn't always easy when it came to their complicated relationship. Jason knew they would face more hurdles. But for the first time in weeks, he felt like they might actually have a chance. As he looked across the table at Caleb and Philip, he realized something important. They weren't just fighting for a relationship. They were fighting for the future they wanted to create together, breaking boundaries. The days that followed the conversation between Jason and Caleb were a whirlwind of emotions. The air was filled with hope, but there was a lingering doubt that neither of them could shake. For Jason, it was hard to just let go of the past, the history that had haunted their relationship, the infidelity, the lies, the painful realization that they couldn't undo what had already happened. And then there was Philip, the one who had always existed as a wild card in their relationship, someone who added both excitement and fear. Jason had hoped things would feel easier, but instead, they felt even more complex. Each time he looked at Caleb, there was a feeling of something unspoken, something that had been buried beneath the surface for so long. And with Philip, the sense of being torn between two people who both offered something he couldn't quite define weighed heavily on him. But that day, something felt different. The trio had planned to meet up in the evening for a quiet dinner at the cabin. Caleb had been working late, and Jason had spent the day at home, trying to make sense of everything that was happening. By the time the sun started to set, he was pacing around the kitchen, wondering if they were truly making progress or just playing pretend. When Caleb finally walked through the door, his usual calm demeanor was tempered with the weight of the last few days. He looked at Jason, his tired eyes softening when they met Jason's gaze. Without saying a word, he crossed the room and wrapped his arms around Jason, pulling him into a hug. "I'm here," Caleb said quietly, his voice full of sincerity. Jason closed his eyes, allowing himself to relax into the embrace, his tension easing just a little. They stood there in silence for a moment, the sound of their breathing the only thing that filled the room. Jason could feel the thrum of his heartbeat, the ache that had been there for so long. It was still there, but there was something new now, a spark of trust, a glimpse of the possibility that maybe they could build something together that was stronger than before. Just then, the door opened, and Philip stepped inside. He glanced between them, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. There was no awkwardness, no tension. He had always been a free spirit, the one who could navigate the complexities of emotions without overthinking. "You too good?" Philip asked, his voice teasing but kind. Jason pulled away from Caleb, giving a half smile. "Yeah, just figuring things out." Philip raised an eyebrow. "Well, don't keep me in suspense," he said with a wink. Caleb chuckled, rolling his eyes. "Let's eat first, and then we'll talk." They settled down at the table, the atmosphere lighter than it had been in a long time. As they shared dinner, they spoke about everything and nothing. There were jokes, laughter, and moments of shared silence. Jason felt a shift inside of him, a softening, a sense that maybe they were on the right track. But there was still that question in the back of his mind. What happens next? It wasn't until later that night, when they were all lounging on the couch, that the conversation turned more serious. Caleb had been quiet for a while, and Jason could tell something was weighing on his mind. He glanced over at Philip, who was watching Caleb with an understanding expression. "All right," Caleb said, breaking the silence. "We've been dancing around this for weeks now, and I think it's time we lay everything on the table." Jason's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't conversation he had been prepared for, but he knew it was coming. They couldn't keep pretending everything was fine when the underlying tension was still there. "I don't want to keep holding things back," Caleb continued. "I want us to move forward, but I need to know if we're all on the same page. Can we make this work? Can we really, truly be okay with this, the three of us?" Jason looked at him, his throat tight. "I don't know," he said honestly. "I don't know if I'm ready for the full picture yet, but I'm willing to try." Philip, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke up. "We've been through a lot, all of us," he said. "And I know it's not easy, but we're here and we care about each other. If we can trust each other, there's no reason why we can't figure this out together." There was a long pause as each of them absorbed Philip's words. It wasn't a perfect solution, and Jason still wasn't sure where they were headed, but there was something comforting about knowing that they were all in this together. It wasn't about perfection, it was about effort. "Okay," Jason said, his voice steady now. "Let's do it. Let's try. No more pretending we have all the answers. We'll figure out as we go." Caleb reached out and squeezed Jason's hand. "Thank you," he whispered. Philip grinned. "Well, I'm in. We're family, right?" Jason chuckled, feeling a lightness in his chest. "Yeah," he said softly. "We are." As they settled into their new rhythm, the dynamic between the three of them began to shift. There were still challenges, moments of uncertainty, but there was also a new understanding that they didn't have to have everything figured out right away. The journey was just as important as the destination. And for the first time in a long time, Jason felt like he wasn't walking it alone. They would face obstacles. They would struggle. But as they held each other through the hard times, there was something in the way they connected. Something real. And Jason realized that perhaps love wasn't about finding the perfect person. It was about finding the people who were willing to fight with you, who were committed to the messy, imperfect journey of love. Trust in the unknown. The days following their heartfelt conversation felt like a delicate balance of uncertainty and hope. For Jason, there was something liberating in finally laying everything on the table with Caleb and Philip, but it didn't mean the road ahead was clear. There were still lingering doubts, fears that had been festering for so long, and unresolved emotions that occasionally bubbled to the surface. But there was also something different, something new. They were learning how to navigate their relationship with open communication. They were trying to trust each other. But there was one thing Jason knew for sure. It wasn't going to be easy. Relationships like theirs, complicated by history, jealousy, and the complexities of human desire, didn't just fall into place overnight. The trio had agreed to take things slow, to let the connection between them evolve naturally. No more rushing, no more forcing things to happen when they weren't ready. But despite their intentions, life had a way of throwing them curveballs. It was a warm Friday evening, when Jason found himself at Caleb and Philip's place. They had decided to spend some time together, just the three of them. No expectations, no pressure, just a night to enjoy each other's company and feel out this new dynamic. As Jason entered the apartment, he noticed Caleb was in the kitchen, busy preparing dinner, while Philip sat on the couch, scrolling through his phone. It was a familiar scene, one that had become a comfortable routine over the past few weeks. But as soon as Jason walked in, he could feel the change in the air. The energy was different, almost electric. Caleb looked up, his face lighting up with a smile. "Hey, babe," he greeted Jason warmly, setting down the knife he'd been chopping vegetables with. Jason smiled back, the butterflies in his stomach fluttering, as they always did when Caleb was near. There was still that spark between them, that connection that Jason couldn't ignore. But at the same time, his mind couldn't shake the weight of everything they had gone through. It felt like they were walking a fine line, and he wasn't sure if they'd stay balanced or eventually fall. "Smells good in here," Jason said, his voice low. "Yeah," Caleb replied, his tone light and playful. "You're in for a treat tonight." Jason moved to the couch where Philip was lounging. He sat beside him, glancing at Philip's phone, which was now discarded on the coffee table. "How's it going?" Jason asked, looking at Philip. He hadn't spoken much lately. There was a quietness to him that Jason couldn't quite place. It was almost as if Philip was waiting for something or someone. "I'm good," Philip replied with a shrug. "Just trying to wrap my head around everything. It's a lot, this whole thing. But I'm here for it. I want to make this work." Jason nodded, understanding the sentiment. They all wanted this to work, this delicate balancing act of love, desire, and trust. But there was still a part of him that couldn't fully let go of the uncertainty. As the evening wore on, the three of them settled into a comfortable rhythm. They ate dinner, shared stories, and laughed about silly things. But there were also moments of silence, small, tense pauses in between conversations, as if they were all quietly waiting for the other to make a move. Finally, after dinner, they moved into the living room, where they decided to relax and watch a movie together. The couch was small for the three of them, and they all shifted uncomfortably at first, trying to find their place. But soon, they were all cuddled together, with Caleb on one side of Jason and Philip on the other. There was an unspoken understanding between them as they sat close, their bodies pressed together. Jason felt the familiar pull between them, the desire to be close to both Caleb and Philip. His heart was racing as he felt their warmth beside him. The need for affection, for touch, surged within him. But there was still that small voice in the back of his mind, warning him of the consequences of letting go completely. As the movie played on, Jason's hand brushed against Caleb's, and for a moment, they locked eyes. There was an intensity in Caleb's gaze, something that made Jason's heart skip a beat. He wanted this, wanted them, but there was still hesitation, a fear that perhaps they were heading into dangerous territory, where things could quickly unravel. It wasn't until later that night, after the movie ended, that the tension finally broke. They were alone in the living room, the soft glow of the lamp casting shadows around them. The air was thick with anticipation. "Jason," Caleb said, his voice low and steady, "I know we've talked about this before, but I just want to make sure you're okay with everything. With us. With all of this." Jason turned to him, his heart racing in his chest. He could feel Philip's eyes on him, and he knew this wasn't just about him and Caleb anymore. This was about them all, about navigating this new and uncertain relationship. "I am," Jason said, his voice soft but certain. "I'm not saying it's easy, but I want to try. I want this with you, with both of you." There was a brief pause before Philip spoke, his voice quieter than usual. "I know it's not perfect, but we got something real here, right? We can make it work, if we keep being honest with each other." Jason nodded, his heart swelling with a mix of emotions. "I believe that," he said, taking a deep breath. "I really do." They sat in silence for a few moments, just holding each other's gaze. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it was a start. And in that moment, Jason realized that perhaps that was all they could ask for, a chance to make it work together, unraveling the tension. The next few days felt like a blur. Jason, Caleb, and Philip were all still processing the conversation from that night. It wasn't an easy thing to lay bare the vulnerabilities they each had. They had opened themselves up, revealing their desires, their fears, and their hopes for this unconventional relationship. It felt raw, unfiltered, but it also felt like a necessary step towards something real. Jason found himself spending more time with Caleb and Philip in the following week. They had agreed to take things one day at a time, but the closer they became, the more Jason began to question whether or not this was the right decision. Old habits die hard, and deep inside, there was still a nagging voice telling him that something would eventually go wrong. Caleb had been working late most nights, which gave Jason and Philip more time to themselves. At first, Jason had been wary of being alone with Philip, but as the days passed, he found himself becoming more comfortable around him. They had their moments of tension, but they also had moments of unexpected tenderness. Philip wasn't just Caleb's cousin anymore. He was becoming something more, something Jason wasn't quite sure how to define. One evening, Caleb had left for work early, and Jason and Philip were sitting together in the living room. Jason could feel the weight of the silence pressing on him. It wasn't uncomfortable, but it was different. They hadn't been alone like this in a while. "Do you think we're doing the right thing?" Jason finally asked, breaking the silence. His voice was quieter than usual, as if he wasn't sure he wanted to hear the answer. Philip looked over at him, his eyes thoughtful. He sat down beside Jason, close enough that their knees brushed. The space between them was small, but the tension was undeniable. "I think we're just figuring it out," Philip said, his voice calm and steady. "None of us have all the answers, Jason, but we're trying, and I think that's enough for now." Jason nodded slowly, taking in Philip's words. "But what if we mess it up? What if we end up hurting each other again?" Philip placed a hand gently on Jason's, his touch warm and reassuring. "We might mess up," he admitted, "but we've already been through so much together. We've learned from our mistakes. We just have to keep trying, and we have to be honest with each other, even when it's hard." Jason looked up at Philip, searching his face for any sign of doubt, but all he saw was sincerity. For the first time in a long time, Jason felt the weight of his fears lighten, even just a little. "I'm scared," Jason confessed, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't want to lose either of you, but I don't know if I can keep doing this, not knowing where we're headed." Philip gave a soft chuckle, his fingers tightening around Jason's hand. "I get it. I'm scared too. But if we're going to do this, we have to trust each other. All of us, including you." Jason felt the truth in Philip's words. It wasn't about control or possession. It was about trust, about building something that wasn't based on insecurity, but on mutual respect and love. And as he sat there with Philip's hand still in his, he realized that the biggest hurdle wasn't the fear of losing them. It was a fear of never truly trusting them in the first place. Later that night, when Caleb finally returned home from work, Jason was waiting for him. His heart was pounding in his chest as he stood up to greet him. He didn't know what had changed, but something had shifted within him. Maybe it was the way Philip had spoken to him earlier, or maybe it was a realization that he wasn't alone in his fears. "Hey," Caleb said, his voice warm and familiar. "How's it going?" Jason smiled, stepping closer to Caleb. "It's been good," he said, his voice steady. "I think we're figuring things out. Slowly, but we're getting there." Caleb's eyes softened as he reached out to touch Jason's face. "I'm glad to hear that." There was a moment of silence between them, a shared understanding passing through the air. Jason could feel the depth of his connection with Caleb. And for the first time in a while, he didn't feel like he was just holding on to a fragile thread. He felt like he was part of something real, something worth fighting for. And yet, even as they stood there, Jason knew that the road ahead wouldn't always be easy. There would still be moments of doubt, of jealousy, of fear. But as long as they kept talking, kept listening to each other, they would be able to navigate whatever came next. As Caleb wrapped his arms around Jason, pulling him into a tight embrace, Jason closed his eyes and let the warmth of the moment wash over him. For the first time in a long time, he felt at peace, testing boundaries. The days following that night felt different. There was a renewed sense of understanding between Jason, Caleb, and Philip. Though the tension was still there, It was no longer suffocating. There was room for growth, for exploration, and for trust to build. But even as they all tried to move forward, Jason couldn't shake the feeling that something was going to go wrong again. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Caleb or Philip. It was just that Jason's past had taught him that nothing ever really lasts. People change, circumstances shift, and hearts break. He didn't want to believe that. He didn't want to fall into that trap again. But the doubts were there. They gnawed at him quietly, like a distant storm he could sense but couldn't quite see yet. One evening, Caleb suggested they take a trip out of town for the weekend. It would be a chance to reconnect, away from the pressure of their everyday lives. Jason agreed, though the idea of being alone with both Caleb and Philip in a secluded space felt both thrilling and terrifying. They rented a small cabin in the woods, secluded, quiet, and far from the prying eyes of the city. It was a perfect place for them to escape for a while, to have some space where they could explore their relationship without interruptions. Caleb thought it would help strengthen the bond they shared, and for a moment, Jason considered the idea of being away from everything. The pressure of the situation lifted, even if just for a weekend. When they arrived, the cabin was even more beautiful than Jason had imagined. Surrounded by trees, it felt like they were in their own little world. Caleb and Philip were excited, already unloading bags from the car, while Jason stood off to the side, taking in the quiet beauty of the place. But as night fell and the three of them settled in, Jason couldn't help but feel the weight of everything. They were all standing on the edge of something. Something new, something delicate. But Jason wasn't sure if they could keep their balance. As they sat by the fire later that evening, Caleb pulled Jason into his arms. "We're here together," he said softly, his breath warm against Jason's skin. "We'll be okay. All of us." Jason didn't respond immediately. Instead, he looked over at Philip, who was sitting across from them, his eyes flickering to meet Jason's. There was a silent understanding between them. Jason wasn't sure if it was a firelight or if it was something deeper. But in that moment, it felt as though all the walls they'd built were slowly coming down. "Can we talk about something?" Jason asked, his voice steady, though there was an edge to it. The tension that had been quietly simmering inside of him couldn't be ignored any longer. Caleb looked up at him, concern flickering in his eyes. "Of course. What's on your mind?" Jason swallowed hard, trying to find the right words. "I've been thinking a lot about us, about all three of us, and I'm not sure I'm ready for certain things." Caleb's expression softened and he nodded. "What do you mean?" Jason took a deep breath, glancing at Philip before returning his gaze to Caleb. "I don't want to feel like I'm being left out, or that any of us are more important than the other. I want to make sure that whatever this is, it's something we're all fully committed to, not just one person." Philip, sensing the tension, spoke up. "We're all in this together, Jason. No one's going to leave you out. We promise to be honest with each other. If something doesn't feel right, we talk about it." Jason looked at both of them, his heart pounding in his chest. "I know, but sometimes it feels like maybe I'm just overthinking things. What if one of us doesn't feel the same way anymore? What if we all start pulling away from each other?" Caleb reached out, placing a reassuring hand on Jason's knee. "We've been through too much to just walk away from each other now. I know we're not perfect, but we're committed to each other. I believe that." Jason looked down, trying to process what Caleb had said. The words were comforting, but there was still a part of him that was afraid to fully believe in it. He had been hurt before, and the fear of history repeating itself was always there, lurking just beneath the surface. Philip shifted closer, his hand finding Jason's. "We're not going anywhere, Jason. We're in this together, no matter what." Jason felt a mixture of emotions, relief, uncertainty, longing. The words were easy to say, but the real challenge would be living up to them. As the fire crackled, they sat together in silence for a moment, each of them lost in their own thoughts. There was something about being in that cabin, surrounded by nature and isolation, that made everything feel more real. It was as though they were being tested, as if the universe was watching to see if they could truly make this work. The next few days in the cabin were a mix of light-hearted fun and deep, meaningful conversations. They went hiking, explored the surrounding woods, and spent evenings curled up together, talking about everything and nothing. It was a time of connection, a chance to step away from the complications of everyday life. But even in this peaceful setting, Jason couldn't shake the doubts that lingered in his mind. Would they be able to keep this balance once they returned to the real world, or would they fall back into old patterns? Facing reality, the weekend at the cabin passed too quickly. The three of them had enjoyed their time together, but Jason could sense the inevitable approach of reality. They couldn't stay hidden away in the woods forever. The world outside would soon be waiting, and they would have to face the consequences of their choices. The drive back was quiet. Caleb had his arm around Jason's shoulder, while Philip sat in the front seat, his gaze fixed ahead. Jason's mind was heavy with thoughts. He kept replaying the weekend in his head, wondering if they had made the right decision, if the connection there could survive beyond the isolation of the cabin. As they approached the city, Jason felt the familiar tension creeping back in. The world outside their little bubble seemed so different from the peace they had found in the cabin. The fear of judgment, the reality of being seen as an outsider in their own lives, weighed on him. Would things change when they returned? Would they still have the same sense of unity, or would the pressures of the world tear them apart? "How are you feeling?" Caleb asked, breaking the silence in the car. His voice was soft, full of concern. Jason hesitated. I don't know, he said honestly. I feel like everything's been perfect here, but when we go back, I don't know if it'll be the same. Caleb glanced over at him. I understand. The real world is different, but we'll face it together, okay? Jason nodded, but doubt lingered in his chest. Caleb had always been the one to reassure him, to calm his fears. But this time, Jason couldn't shake the feeling that they were stepping into something they weren't fully prepared for. As they pulled into the driveway of their apartment complex, reality hit them all at once. The car stopped, and Caleb turned off the engine, but no one made a move to get out. It was as though they were all frozen, unsure what to do next. Philip spoke first. "We can't hide forever," he said softly, "but maybe that's not the worst thing. We'll face whatever comes together. We don't have to be afraid of what people think." Jason's heart fluttered at his words. Philip was right. They didn't have to hide, but that didn't mean it would be easy. The world they were returning to wasn't as accepting, and it might not be ready for them. But they had each other. That was something. Caleb turned toward Jason, his gaze unwavering. "We don't need to pretend, Jason. We just need to be honest with ourselves and with each other." Jason took a deep breath. He had to believe that. He had to believe that their connection was strong enough to withstand the challenges ahead. The three of them stepped out of the car and into the apartment complex, but there was an unspoken understanding between them. They were in this together, no matter what. The next few weeks were a whirlwind. Life didn't slow down when they returned to the city. Caleb had work commitments, and Philip was finishing up a project he'd been working on for months. Jason, too, had his own responsibilities to handle, but there was always that nagging feeling in the back of his mind. They hadn't talked about what would happen next, what would change now that they were back to their daily lives. One evening, after dinner, Jason and Caleb sat on the couch, casually scrolling through their phones. Philip was in the other room, working on his laptop. It was the first time in a while that they had a quiet evening together, and Jason felt a sense of peace settle over him. "You're quiet tonight," Caleb remarked, looking over at him. Jason shrugged. "Just thinking." "About what?" "Everything," Jason replied. "About us. About the future." Caleb leaned in closer, his hand resting on Jason's. "You don't have to worry about the future," he said softly. "We'll take it one step at a time. We've come this far and we can make it work, no matter what happens." Jason met Caleb's eyes, and for the first time in a long while, he felt a sense of certainty. It wasn't going to be easy. There would be bumps along the way. But as long as they had each other, they could figure it out, together. Just then, Philip walked into the room, his laptop closed and his eyes tired. "You two look deep in thought," he said with a smile. Jason grinned, feeling lighter. "We were just talking about the future." Philip raised an eyebrow. "You two planning to get married or something?" Jason laughed, but Caleb looked thoughtful. "Maybe one day. But right now, we're just taking it one step at a time." The three of them sat together in comfortable silence. There was no pressure to define their relationship in any particular way. They didn't need labels. What mattered was that they were together, that they trusted each other, and that they were willing to face whatever the future held. The world may not be ready for them, but they didn't need the world approval. They had each other, and that was enough. Unspoken truths. The weeks after returning to the apartment passed in a blur of routine. The three of them settled into a rhythm, each finding their way around the delicate dynamics of their relationship. Caleb, Philip, and Jason had moments of joy, laughing together, sharing quiet nights and supporting one another. But there was always that quiet tension beneath the surface, like a storm brewing just out of sight. Jason could feel it, that sense of impending change, but he wasn't sure how to name it. Was it the inevitable arrival of challenges, or was it simply the weight of their unconventional relationship settling in? Either way, he couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling in his stomach. It was late one night when Jason finally brought it up. He had been lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing. Caleb had already fallen asleep beside him, and Philip was in the other room, working late as usual. The apartment was quiet, the city sounds muffled by the thick walls. Jason turned to Caleb, his voice barely above a whisper. "Caleb, do you ever think about how this is all going to play out?" His words hung in the air, fragile and uncertain. Caleb shifted, pulling himself up on his elbows. "What do you mean?" He seemed to be half awake, but attentive. Us, Jason said, motioning between the two of them. "And Philip, I know we said we'll figure out, but I just feel like there's more to it, like something's waiting to explode." Caleb frowned, his brow furrowing with concern. "Are you saying you want to end things?" he asked softly. "No." Jason quickly reassured him. "I don't want to end this. I think we're all carrying something we haven't said out loud. Maybe it's fear. Or guilt. I don't know." Caleb's gaze softened, and he reached out to take Jason's hand in his. "I'm scared too," he admitted, his voice tinged with honesty. "But I believe in what we have. We'll work through it. It's just a matter of finding the right balance." Jason nodded, appreciating Caleb's words, but there was still a lingering uncertainty in his heart. The question of how they would move forward with Philip still haunted him. There was no easy way to explain the bond they shared. It wasn't just a casual fling, or even a polyamorous arrangement. It was something deeper, something that couldn't be easily classified. The next day, the three of them met for lunch at a small cafe they liked. The conversation started casually, small talk about work, the weather, a new restaurant that had opened downtown. But the undercurrent of tension was still there, lingering in the space between them. Jason could feel the weight of it as Philip stirred his coffee, his eyes lost in thought. Finally, Jason broke the silence. "I think we need to talk about where we go from here," he said quietly, his voice cutting through the noise of the cafe. Caleb and Philip both looked at him, the seriousness in their eyes matching his. "What do you mean?" Caleb asked, his tone gentle but cautious. "I mean, we've been living this way for a while now, and I think we need to have a real conversation about what this all means." Jason said, "I don't want to keep feeling like we're avoiding something important." Philip leaned forward, his eyes dark with contemplation. "You're right," he said, his voice steady. "I think we've been letting the moment carry us, and we've been ignoring the bigger picture. But what exactly do you want from us, Jason?" Jason paused, unsure of how to answer. The truth was, he didn't know what he wanted. He didn't know if he wanted a label or a commitment, or if he simply wanted clarity. All he knew was that he didn't want things to fall apart just because they hadn't talked about it. "I don't know," Jason admitted, "but I don't want to lose either of you. I think we need to define what this is, or at least be clear with each other about what we want." Caleb nodded slowly, processing his words. "I think we've been so focused on the day-to-day that we've forgotten to talk about the long term. We've been living in a bubble, and I think we need to be real with each other about where we want to go." Philip leaned back in his chair, his gaze thoughtful. "Maybe we need to be okay with not having all the answers right now. But that doesn't mean we can't talk about it. We've built something good here, but it's also messy. It's not easy, and that's okay." Jason felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had been afraid that bringing this up would push them further apart, but instead, it seemed to bring them closer together. The weight in his chest lightened as they acknowledged the messiness of the situation, but more importantly, they acknowledged that they were in it together. "I think we should just keep talking," Caleb said after a long pause. "We don't need to figure everything out today, but we do need to keep the communication open." Jason smiled, feeling a warmth spread through him. "Agreed. We'll take it one day at a time." And with that, the conversation shifted. They talked about their fears, their desires, and the challenges they would face. But there was a renewed sense of hope between them. For the first time in a while, Jason felt like they were all truly on the same page. Unraveling threads. The weeks following their conversation were filled with small moments of growth. Jason, Caleb, and Philip worked through their fears, talked openly, and explored what it meant to be in an unconventional relationship. It wasn't always easy and there were moments of doubt, but they were committed to navigating it together. One evening, as the sun set and the apartment was bathed in soft amber light, the three of them sat together in the living room. Jason leaned back on the couch, his mind quiet for the first time in a while. Caleb and Philip sat next to him, the atmosphere light, but with an underlying tension that had been there from the beginning. It wasn't bad tension, just a constant, pulsing reminder of the complexity of their situation. "I think we're doing okay," Jason said, his voice low. "We're figuring it out. Slowly, but we're getting there." Caleb nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. "We've definitely come a long way. It's not perfect, but I'm proud of us." Philip, who had been quieter than usual, sighed, his fingers tracing the rim of his coffee cup. "Yeah, but I feel like we're still holding something back. There's this unspoken pressure that's always there, like we're waiting for something to go wrong." Jason looked over at Philip, meeting his gaze. "Is it just me or do you feel that too?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Caleb looked between them, sensing the shift in the conversation. "I think we're all aware of it," he said, "but it's hard to ignore, especially when everything is so new. This is uncharted territory for all of us." The silence hung between them like a thick fog. Jason's stomach tightened, and for a moment, he wondered if it was all too much. But then he reminded himself of the commitment they had made to each other. He wasn't ready to walk away, not yet. "Maybe we're just scared of making a mistake," Jason said, breaking the silence. "But that doesn't mean we should stop trying. If we give up now, what does that say about us? About what we have?" Philip met his eyes, his expression softening. "I know. I don't want anyone to get hurt. I don't want to lose either of you." Jason reached out, placing a hand on Philip's. "We won't lose each other," he said with conviction. "Not if we keep communicating. Not if we stay honest with each other." There was a pause, a moment of quiet understanding. The storm that had been brewing for weeks didn't seem as daunting now. Jason realized that they weren't just holding on to the relationship for the sake of it. They were holding on because they saw something in each other worth fighting for. "But," Caleb said, breaking the moment of calm, "there's still the issue of the outside world. People have their opinions about what we're doing, and not everyone is going to understand." Jason nodded. He had thought about that a lot. "Yeah, I know, but we don't have to let anyone else's judgment dictate our happiness. What we have is ours, and we're not going to let anyone take that away." The conversation shifted from fears about external judgment to the more intimate side of their relationship. They talked about their desires, what they needed from one another, and how they could continue building trust without any more secrets. It wasn't easy, but it was necessary. As the night wore on, they all felt the exhaustion of the emotional weight they had been carrying. But they also felt a sense of relief. They were working through it, and that was enough for now. The next morning, the mood was lighter. Caleb was in the kitchen making breakfast while Jason and Philip sat at the table, sipping coffee and talking about their plans for the day. For the first time in a while, there was no lingering tension, no unresolved issues. They had all agreed to take things one step at a time, to not rush the process of building a stronger bond. But life, as always, had its way of throwing curveballs. That afternoon, as Caleb stepped out for a meeting, Jason and Philip found themselves alone in the apartment. It was one of those rare moments when the silence was a welcome reprieve, allowing them to connect without the weight of the world pressing down on them. They shared a quiet conversation, but as the minutes passed, the tension began to build again. Not the tension of uncertainty, but the familiar heat of desire. Jason stood up, stretching lazily, and glanced over at Philip, his gaze lingering longer than usual. The chemistry between them was undeniable. There had always been something there, something deeper than just physical attraction. It was as if they had always been meant to be a part of each other's lives. "Caleb's not here," Jason said, his voice a little huskier than usual. "We have the place to ourselves." Philip met his eyes, and there was a shift in the air, a crackling energy between them. He stood up, walking toward Jason, his movements deliberate. As he reached Jason, their faces were mere inches apart, their breaths mingling in the space between them. Without a word, Philip's lips found Jason's, soft at first, testing the waters. But the moment deepened quickly, fueled by the lingering desire that had been building for weeks. The kiss was electric, and as they pulled away, both of them were breathing heavily. Jason's heart pounded in his chest, his mind swirling with the thoughts of where this might lead. But for now, he didn't care about anything except the moment they were sharing. And as their clothes slowly came off, the weight of the world outside faded into the background. All that mattered was the connection they had, the passion they shared in this quiet, private space. It wasn't just about sex. It was about something deeper, something unspoken but understood. They moved together with quiet intensity, their bodies finding rhythm in each other's embrace. It wasn't rushed or desperate. It was slow, deliberate, and full of emotion. In that moment, there was no doubt, no uncertainty. Just them. But as their passion simmered down and they lay together, their bodies entwined, there was still that nagging question in the back of Jason's mind. Was this enough? Could they truly make it work? Or was the storm still coming? Jason didn't have the answer. But for now, he was content to simply be in the moment, with Philip by his side. They would face whatever came next together. And that was enough. Shifting sands. The days that followed their private moment were marked by a sense of quiet euphoria. For Jason, Caleb, and Philip, there was a sense of peace in the air, as if they were learning how to coexist in this new chapter of their lives. The apartment felt more like a home now, filled with laughter, love, and the warmth of a shared connection. They were closer than ever, yet the undercurrent of uncertainty was never far from Jason's mind. Jason sat at the kitchen table one morning, sipping his coffee and looking out the window at the busy street below. The morning was crisp, a soft reminder of the passing seasons. The autumn air had a certain stillness to it, and Jason found himself lost in his thoughts. He was grateful for what they had, but the feeling of something unspoken, the uncharted territory they were in, lingered. Caleb walked into the room, his usual vibrant energy filling the space. He flashed Jason a quick smile, clearly happy with the way things had been going lately. Philip joined them shortly after, his presence a quiet reassurance. "Morning, Jace," Caleb said cheerfully, placing a plate of eggs on the counter. "You okay?" Jason nodded, trying to shake off the lingering doubt that had been gnawing at him. "Yeah, just thinking." Philip sat down next to him, his hand brushing against Jason's. "About what?" Jason shrugged, setting down his coffee. "About us. About everything." There was a long pause, as if both Caleb and Philip were waiting for him to elaborate. Finally, Caleb spoke, his tone softer than usual. "We've talked about it before, Jace. We're figuring this out. I know it's not easy, but we're doing our best." Jason looked at them both, his heart heavy with the weight of his own thoughts. "I know, but sometimes it feels like something is missing. Or maybe I'm just overthinking it." Philip tilted his head slightly, sensing the tension in Jason's voice. "We're not going anywhere," he said firmly, his words soothing. "We're in this together." Jason met his gaze, a sense of comfort in the certainty of Philip's words. But there was still a part of him, deep down, that wondered whether this unconventional arrangement could really work long-term. Could they truly make it through the challenges that lay ahead? Or were they just delaying the inevitable? "I know," Jason replied softly. But sometimes I can't help but feel like we're just one bad decision away from everything falling apart. Caleb placed a hand on Jason's shoulder, squeezing gently. Jace, I get it, but we've been through worse. And we're stronger now. We got something that's worth fighting for. There was a moment of silence as Jason absorbed Caleb's words. He wanted to believe it, to feel confident in their future together. But the fear of the unknown still lingered, lurking in the back of his mind. You're right, Jason said finally, a small smile tugging at his lips. I'm scared. I don't want to lose either of you. We won't let that happen, Philip assured him, his voice calm and steady. We're in this together, and if we have to fight for it, we will. The weight on Jason's chest seemed to lighten a little, and for the first time in days, he felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe they could do this. Maybe they could build something real. The afternoon brought with it a change of pace. The three of them spent the day doing mundane things, grocery shopping, tidying up the apartment, and just enjoying each other's company. The outside world seemed distant, irrelevant. In their shared space, the love between them felt tangible, almost like a living thing. But that evening, as they sat together on the couch, a message came through Caleb's phone, shattering the calm atmosphere. It was from a friend, a casual acquaintance who had heard rumors about their unconventional relationship. Caleb read the message aloud, his voice laced with frustration. Someone's talking behind our backs. It's not the first time either. People are starting to whisper. Jason stiffened, his anxiety spiking. What are they saying? Caleb sighed, scrolling through the message. Same old shit. That it's unnatural. That we're ruining our lives. You know, the usual. Jason felt a knot form in his stomach. He'd been waiting for this moment, but that didn't make it any easier to hear. Philip leaned forward, his voice steady but tinged with a hint of anger. It's none of their business. Who we are, who we love, none of it affects them. Caleb nodded, his expression hardening. I know, but that doesn't stop people from talking. It doesn't stop the judgment. Jason felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Why does it matter so much to them? We're not hurting anyone. We're just trying to live our lives. I wish people would mind their own damn business, Caleb muttered, standing up and pacing around the room. Philip reached for Jason's hand, offering him a reassuring squeeze. We knew this wouldn't be easy, but we can't let them get to us. We have to be strong. For each other. Jason nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. It felt like the world was closing in on them, like everything they had worked so hard for was being threatened by the narrow-mindedness of others. But he wasn't ready to give up, not when they had come so far. Let's just focus on us, Jason said, his voice firm. Let's ignore them and keep moving forward. We're stronger than they are. Caleb stopped pacing, looking at Jason and Philip with a new sense of determination. You're right. We got something worth holding on to. The tension in the room began to ease as the three of them reaffirmed their commitment to one another. The world outside could judge them all they wanted, but in this moment, inside these four walls, they were enough. They were family, and they weren't going anywhere. Unbreakable bonds. The following days felt like a series of tests, each one pushing them further, deeper into the unknown. The whispers outside, the judgment, the disapproval, all started to weigh heavily on their minds. But even as the world seemed to close in around them, inside their apartment, a quiet resilience began to take root. Jason, Caleb, and Philip spent their days together, pushing through the uncertainty, not letting the negativity outside influence what they had built. But the tension still simmered beneath the surface, a quiet storm that none of them were quite sure how to weather. The outside world was relentless, and despite their attempts to ignore it, it seeped in through the cracks, threatening to tear apart the fragile peace they had worked so hard to find. It was a Tuesday evening when the storm finally broke. They had just finished dinner, a simple meal of pasta and garlic bread, when Caleb's phone buzzed across the table. He glanced at the screen, and immediately his face hardened. Jason's stomach sank as he saw the sudden change in Caleb's expression. What is it? It's from my friend Derek, Caleb said, his voice tight. Apparently, he's heard from someone else. They're spreading rumors about us, saying things that aren't true. Jason felt a rush of heat flood his chest. The anger, the frustration, It all bubbled up in him at once. What are they saying now? Caleb stood up abruptly, running a hand through his hair. That we're trying to force this lifestyle on people. That we're manipulating each other, using sex as a weapon. It's all lies, Jason. Philip's jaw clenched, his eyes darkening. Who cares what they say? These people don't know us. Jason stood up too, pacing the room, trying to calm his racing thoughts. He had known this moment was coming, but it didn't make it any easier. I can't believe this. Why do they keep doing this to us? Why can't they just leave us alone? We can't keep running from this, Caleb said, his voice firm. We can't just hide in here forever. We need to face it. Jason stopped pacing, his gaze meeting Caleb's. Face what? The fact that they don't understand? Or that they want to tear us apart? The truth, Caleb replied. The truth is, people are always going to talk. They'll always judge us. But it's up to us whether we let them control us, whether we let them decide our worth. Jason looked down, the weight of Caleb's words sinking in. He had spent so much time worrying about how others saw them. But maybe it was time to stop letting their opinions have any power over him. I don't want to hide anymore, Jason said, his voice quiet but resolute. I don't want to be scared of what people think. Caleb stepped toward him, his hand resting gently on his shoulder. Then we're in this together. We'll face it together. Philip moved to stand beside them, his hand finding Jason's. We don't need anyone's approval. We have each other, and that's what matters. Jason looked at them both, the love and support in their eyes grounding him. It wasn't easy, not by a long shot, but he realized that he had a choice. He could let the judgment and the hate drown him, or he could rise above it. He could choose them. Choose the love they shared. Choose the life they were building, regardless of what anyone else thought. I'm in, Jason said, a newfound determination in his voice. Let them talk. Let them judge. We're stronger than any of them. The air in the room shifted then. It wasn't just about defiance anymore. It was about a commitment, one that bound them to each other. They weren't just going to let the world tear them apart. They were going to fight for what they had. The next few days were a whirlwind of emotions. Jason, Caleb, and Philip found themselves dealing with the fallout of the rumors. But each time they faced an obstacle, they leaned on each other. Together, they were unstoppable. Then came a turning point. It was Friday evening when Caleb received a call. Jason and Philip were lounging on the couch, watching a movie, when Caleb's phone rang. The look on his face when he answered the call was enough to make both Jason and Philip sit up. Derek, Caleb muttered, before holding up a hand to silence them. Jason's heart pounded as Caleb listened, nodding in agreement. Okay, yeah, we'll be there. Thanks. Caleb hung up the phone and looked at them, his expression unreadable. That was Derek. He's willing to meet with us. He wants to help. Help with what? Philip asked, raising an eyebrow. What's going on? They want to apologize, Caleb said, his voice low. Apparently, someone from the group has been spreading things to try and tear us down. But Derek's one of the few who's been on our side. He wants us to meet him tonight. Jason exchanged a glance with Philip, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. You think we should go? I don't know, Caleb said, running a hand through his hair. But if they're willing to make things right, I think it's worth hearing them out. Philip's grip tightened around Jason's hand. We've come this far. We'll keep pushing through, no matter what. Jason nodded, trying to quell the nerves bubbling in his stomach. All right, let's do it. We can't let them keep us down. The meeting that followed was tense, to say the least. Derek, a mutual friend, stood at the front of the room, along with a few other familiar faces. Jason, Caleb, and Philip sat at the table, their eyes scanning the group. I know things have gotten out of hand, Derek started, his voice hesitant. And I want to apologize, not just for the rumors, but for not stepping up sooner. We were all too afraid of what people might think. But I see now that we were wrong. You three are stronger than we gave you credit for. The room fell silent as Derek's words sank in. Jason felt a wave of relief wash over him, but also a twinge of sadness. Why had it taken this long for someone to stand up for them? We've been hearing the whispers, too. Another voice spoke from across the room. And I'm sorry. You didn't deserve any of it. Caleb's eyes softened, and Jason could see the weight lifting from his shoulders. This was the first real support they had received from anyone outside of their small circle, and it felt like a balm to the wounds they had been carrying for so long. Jason took a deep breath, looking around at the faces in the room. He wasn't sure where this journey would take them, but one thing was certain. He wasn't alone anymore. They weren't alone anymore. "We appreciate this," Jason said, his voice steady. "But it's not just about the apology. It's about the way forward. We need to build a world where we don't have to hide who we are." Derek nodded, his expression somber. "You're right, and we'll do better. We'll make sure you're never alone again." And for the first time in a long while, Jason allowed himself to believe that maybe, just maybe, things could be different. Together we stand. The days following the meeting were a mix of relief and uncertainty. Jason, Caleb, and Philip had taken the first step toward rebuilding not just their relationships with others, but their own sense of self-worth. They had found the strength to stand up for themselves, to face the world together, and now they were learning to navigate the world with a new, strengthened resolve. Though the apology from Derek and the others had been a positive turn of events, there was still much work to be done. The rumors didn't vanish overnight, and the judgment from others wasn't going to just disappear. But the foundation they had laid, trust, love, and the knowledge that they had each other, was stronger than the hate that threatened to divide them. Jason found himself reflecting on everything they had endured. The loneliness, the fear, the moments of doubt. It had all been leading to this moment. He wasn't the same person who had walked into this relationship weeks ago. He was stronger, more resilient, and more sure of what he wanted from life. That night, after a quiet dinner at home, the three of them sat together on the couch. The television played softly in the background, but none of them were paying attention. The room was filled with an easy silence, a comfort that had grown between them. Caleb leaned back, his arm draped around Jason's shoulders. "You know, I never thought I'd be here," he said quietly, looking out the window. "I never thought we'd get this far." Jason smiled, his heart swelling with affection. "I think we've only just begun." Philip nodded, his hand resting on Jason's knee. "There's a lot of work ahead, but I know we can do it. Together." It was true. The path ahead wouldn't always be smooth. There would be more challenges, more difficult moments to face. But they had one another, and that was all that truly mattered. "I'm glad it's you too," Jason said softly, looking up at both of them. "I wouldn't want to be going through any of this with anyone else." Caleb's eyes softened, his fingers gently brushing through Jason's hair. "You're my everything, Jace. I'm not going anywhere." Jason turned to Philip, his heart full. "And you? You've been so patient with me, with us." Philip's smile was warm, filled with a quiet kind of strength. "I'm here for the long haul. I love you both, and I'm not leaving. We're family now." A warmth settled over Jason's heart, a feeling that was both comforting and humbling. They had built something real, something that no one else could take away from them. They had weathered the storm, and they had come out stronger because of it. "You know," Jason said, shifting slightly to face them both, "I've always been afraid of what people would think of us. But now I'm not so scared. We've fought for this. We've earned it." Caleb smiled, leaning in for a soft kiss on Jason's forehead. "We've got this. We've got each other." And with that, the three of them leaned into the quiet comfort of their shared space. The world outside could be harsh, could judge them for who they were and what they chose, but inside their home, they were safe. Inside, they were loved, accepted, and free. For the first time in a long while, Jason felt at peace. It was a peace born not from escaping the world's judgment, but from embracing the love and the life they had created together. He knew there would be challenges ahead, but they would face them as a team, united in love and trust. And that was all that mattered. The days turned into weeks, and while the outside world continued to look on with judgment and gossip, Jason, Caleb, and Philip found new strength with each passing day. They no longer let the negativity dictate their worth. They had built a life together, one that was theirs and theirs alone, and they would protect it. They were no longer bound by the fear of rejection, and as time passed, others began to take notice. Slowly but surely, the whispers faded. The people who had once spread rumors began to realize that Jason, Caleb, and Philip were unshakable. They were a family, bound not by blood, but by love and choice. As the weeks went by, their relationship continued to evolve. They found new ways to support each other, to be there for one another, and to navigate the world outside. They knew that there would always be challenges, always be those who didn't understand, but they were no longer afraid. Together, they could face anything. And in the end, that was what mattered most. Not how the world saw them, but how they saw each other. Strong, unbreakable, together. The next chapter of their journey was unfolding, and they were ready for whatever came next. The love they shared had already proven that it could survive the hardest storms. Now, it was time to embrace whatever adventures awaited them, knowing that no matter where the road took them, they would always have each other. Their love story had only just begun, a new beginning. Months had passed, and the three of them had settled into a rhythm. Life had become quieter, more peaceful, and the tension that had once been a constant undercurrent seemed to dissipate. There were still moments where the outside world tried to break through their walls, but now they were better equipped to handle it. They had each other, stronger than ever, and that was all they needed. Jason had started a new job, one that brought him a sense of fulfillment. It wasn't much, just a small office role, but it allowed him to work from home, which was exactly what he needed. Caleb was still working with his family business, but he'd begun taking on more responsibility. Philip had found a creative outlet for himself, taking up photography, something he'd always been passionate about. Each of them was slowly finding their own individual paths, but they always came back together at the end of the day. One afternoon, Jason found himself sitting alone on the back porch, sipping iced tea and reflecting on everything they'd been through. He smiled to himself. He had come a long way since the days when he thought he would never escape the chaos, the hurt, and the fear. But now here he was, happy, whole, loved. Mind if I join you? Jason turned to see Caleb standing in the doorway, a soft smile on his face. He'd never quite gotten used to how beautiful Caleb could look even in the most mundane moments. It was a comfort, a reminder that love didn't always need grand gestures. It was in the everyday moments that mattered most. Of course, Jason said, scooting over to make space for him on the bench. Caleb sat down, the two of them facing the open backyard, watching the birds as they flitted from tree to tree. Things feel different now, Caleb said after a moment, his voice low but full of meaning. Better, Jason nodded. Yeah, they do. I didn't think it would ever feel like this. It's like everything we went through has led us to this point, and I'm not looking back. Caleb's hand found Jason's, his fingers wrapping around it comfortably. I'm glad we got here together, and I'm glad we're still going strong. Jason leaned into Caleb, resting his head on his shoulder. I'm proud of us. We've come a long way. Their quiet moment was interrupted by the sound of footsteps behind them. Both of them turned to see Philip approaching, a camera slung around his neck. I know you two are all caught up in your moment, but I need a hand with something, Philip said with a playful grin. Jason chuckled, rolling his eyes. What is it now? More pictures? Philip laughed and sat down beside them. Yes, but I also need to talk to you both about something. Something important. Jason raised an eyebrow. Okay, what's up? Philip hesitated for a moment, as though gathering his thoughts. I've been thinking a lot about the future, about what's next for all of us. We've been through a lot, and I know we come out stronger, but there's still so much left to do. We've still got some healing to do, and we've got so many things we want to accomplish. Caleb nodded. Yeah, I get that. We've all been changing, growing. I'm proud of where we are. Jason squeezed his hand. But what do you mean by the future? What are you thinking? Philip paused again, this time looking between the two of them, as though searching for the right words. Well, I've been considering something that I think could bring us even closer together. It's an idea I've had for a while, and I think now might be the time to bring it up. Jason and Caleb exchanged a glance, sensing the weight of the moment. What is it? Jason asked, his voice softer now, filled with curiosity. Philip took a deep breath. I want us to take a step forward, maybe make this a permanent thing. A real commitment to each other. Not just emotionally, but legally. I think we're ready for that next step. Caleb's expression softened as he took in Philip's words. You mean like a commitment ceremony? A vow of sorts? Philip nodded, his eyes shining with sincerity. Exactly. Something that shows the world. No, more importantly, shows us that we're in this together, no matter what. Jason felt a rush of emotion fill him. He had never expected anything like this to be a possibility. The idea of making such a permanent commitment, after everything they'd been through, felt both exhilarating and terrifying at the same time. I think it's a beautiful idea, Jason said softly, his voice full of warmth. We've always been a team, and to make that official, in front of everyone, that sounds like something I would want. Caleb smiled, squeezing his hand tighter. I'm in. I think it's time we show the world we're serious. Philip beamed, his heart swelling at their response. I've never been more sure of anything. The three of them sat there in silence for a moment, the weight of the conversation sinking in. It wasn't just about love anymore. It was about building a future together, side by side. They were creating something that would last, something real. And in that moment, it felt as though everything had come full circle. All the pain, the struggles, the doubts, it had all led to this point. And now, they were ready for the next chapter. Together, that night, they sat down and started planning. It wouldn't be a huge ceremony, just the three of them, maybe a few close friends. But it didn't matter. The ceremony wasn't the point. The commitment, the promise to one another, was what truly mattered. As they talked, laughed, and dreamed of what their future together would look like, Jason couldn't help but smile. For the first time in a long time, he felt like everything was exactly as it should be, and he knew without a doubt that he had found something worth fighting for, something that would last. The promise. The following weeks were filled with excitement and a sense of anticipation. The decision to move forward with their commitment ceremony had sparked a new sense of energy in their relationship. They spent their time together planning every detail, each small step, making their bond even stronger. It was a reminder that love wasn't just about the big moments. It was about the quiet ones, the ones where they were simply there for each other, supporting and growing as a team. Caleb, ever perfectionist, took charge of the small details. He was always meticulous, making sure everything was in place, while Jason added his creative flair to the event. Philip, the calm of the group, took on a role of making sure they stayed grounded, reminding them to enjoy the process. In the middle of all the chaos and planning, they found themselves closer than ever. One afternoon, after a long week of work and planning, the three of them took a well-deserved break. They were lounging in the living room, the soft hum of a playlist filling the air as they enjoyed a quiet evening together. Jason looked over at Caleb, who was sitting on the couch, his legs stretched out, flipping through a magazine. He smiled to himself, his thoughts momentarily drifting. You know, Jason said, his voice soft but thoughtful, this is all happening so fast. It feels surreal. Caleb glanced up, raising an eyebrow. Surreal in a good way, I hope. Jason chuckled. Yeah, of course. I just never thought I'd be here. I never thought I'd be planning a commitment ceremony with two people who have meant so much to me. It's a little overwhelming, but in a good way. Philip, who had been sitting cross-legged on the floor, turned his head and smiled at Jason. You deserve this. We all do. Jason smiled, his heart swelling at Philip's words. I know. I think that's why it feels so right. We've all worked so hard to get here, individually and together. Caleb leaned back on the couch, stretching his arms out. I think that's what I love most about us. We've been through the rough patches, and we've made it through. Together. Now, we're just building something even better. Jason nodded, looking at the two of them with deep affection. I couldn't have asked for better partners. You both are my home. A peaceful silence fell between them, comfortable and easy. They all knew that while the road ahead would have its challenges, they had built something strong. They had learned from the past, and they had each other to lean on. Later that evening, as they sat down to finalize the details of the ceremony, Jason felt a sense of peace settle over him. It was a calm assurance that everything was falling into place as it should. The ceremony day arrived with clear skies and a gentle breeze, a perfect day for new beginnings. It wasn't a grand affair, but it didn't need to be. The three of them stood before their closest friends in a small, intimate space they had carefully prepared. It was a moment just for them, a promise to continue building their future, not just as individuals, but as a unit. Caleb stood beside Jason, his hand gripping his tightly, while Philip stood next to them, his presence steady and reassuring. Their friends stood around them, smiling, offering their support. As the ceremony began, Jason felt his heart race, but it wasn't out of nerves. It was the pure emotion of knowing that this was real. He was here, in this moment, committing himself to two people who had helped him become the person he always wanted to be, and he was giving them his all in return. "I vow to love you both," Jason said, his voice steady and strong. "To support you, to stand by you through everything, and to never take for granted what we have." Caleb smiled, his voice thick with emotion as he spoke. "I promise to be the best partner I can be, to continue growing with you both, to create a home filled with love and understanding." Philip's voice was soft, but filled with sincerity. "I promise to cherish the bond we share and to always be there when you need me. No matter what comes, we are in this together." The vows were simple, but they meant everything. They exchanged rings, a symbol of their commitment, and the small, intimate ceremony came to a close with everyone applauding their love. That night, as they celebrated with a quiet dinner, Jason looked around at Caleb and Philip. He couldn't help but feel that all the struggles, the mistakes, and the pain they had faced in the past had led them to this moment. And it was perfect. Later that evening, the three of them stood together on the balcony, looking out at the stars. There was a quiet satisfaction in the air, a sense of knowing that, despite everything, they had made it. They were where they were meant to be. Jason leaned into Caleb, and Philip draped an arm around his shoulders. They stood there in silence, but the words weren't necessary. They all knew they had created something beautiful, something lasting. They were a family, a team, and nothing could break the bond they had formed. They had found their peace. Out in the open, the night was electric as Jason, Caleb, and Philip walked hand in hand through the crowded streets, heading to their favorite gay bar. It was a place they frequented with their friends, a safe space where they could relax and enjoy each other's company without judgment. But tonight was different. It was the first time they were going out as a throuple, and Jason could feel the excitement and nerves bubbling up inside him. As they approached the bar, the bright neon lights flickered in the darkened night, casting colorful glows across the sidewalk. Caleb squeezed Jason's hand, a reassuring gesture that sent a wave of calm through him. Philip walked beside them, his usual quiet confidence radiating. The bar was bustling with people, the air thick with laughter, music, and the clink of glasses. It felt good to be back in a place they'd all frequented separately before their relationship evolved, but tonight it was different. Tonight, they were there as a united front. They made their way to the bar, where the bartender greeted them with a wide grin. "What can I get for you three tonight?" he asked, his eyes lingering for a moment on their hands intertwined. Jason smiled, glancing at Caleb and Philip before answering. "I'll have a gin and tonic," he said, and Philip and Caleb chimed in with their own orders. As the bartender mixed their drinks, Jason felt the eyes of others on them. It was nothing new. Being a part of the LGBTQ plus community, you were used to occasional glances or stares. But tonight, it felt different. It wasn't just a usual curiosity. It was a deeper interest in their dynamic. Soon, they were settled at a booth in the back of the bar, their drinks in hand and a sense of excitement buzzing through them. They shared quiet conversation, laughing and enjoying each other's company as they always did. But tonight, the energy in the air was palpable. Not long after they had settled in, a few people from their circle of friends came by, offering smiles and congratulations on their commitment ceremony. It felt good to be supported by those around them, but Jason knew that tonight would bring more than just friendly greetings. It didn't take long for someone to approach their table. A woman, dressed in a leather jacket with a bold streak of purple through her hair, stood in front of them, a curious glint in her eyes. She didn't look judgmental, just intrigued. "Hey, I've got to ask," she said, leaning casually against the table. "How does this work? I mean, three of you and it's all cool? Do you guys not get jealous? It's not something you see every day." Jason exchanged a quick glance with Caleb and Philip, a small, shared understanding passing between them. They'd known questions like this would come up. They were in uncharted territory, especially in a space that wasn't quite as progressive as some others. Caleb spoke first, his voice calm but honest. "It works because we're all on the same page," he said, meeting the woman's gaze. "It's about trust and communication. No one gets left out. We make sure we're all heard and respected." Philip added, "Jealousy isn't something we've had to deal with because we're secure in our relationship. We're not competing for each other's affection. We're sharing it. It's different, but it works for us." Jason smiled, feeling proud of their answer. They were navigating something complex, but they'd figured out how to make it work. He was grateful for the understanding they shared, knowing they were stronger together because of it. The woman nodded thoughtfully, taking in their words. "I guess that makes sense," she said, a smile tugging the corner of her lips. "It's just not something people are used to seeing. But hey, if it works for you, more power to you." As she walked away, Jason felt a sense of relief. They had handled the question with grace, and it felt good to be open about their relationship. It wasn't always easy, but they were proud of what they had built together. The night continued with more conversations, some lighthearted, others more serious. People asked questions, and each time they responded with honesty and confidence. Jason realized that this was part of their journey, to not only be true to themselves, but to also help others understand that love could take many forms. As the night wore on and the music thumped around them, Jason leaned into Caleb, his heart swelling with affection. "I never thought I'd be able to be so open about this," he said quietly, only for Caleb and Philip to hear. "But it feels right. I feel good being here with you both." Caleb kissed the top of his head, his voice warm. "We're in this together, Jason. Always." Philip smiled softly, adding, "It's just the beginning, my love." As the evening stretched on and the bar began to empty out, the three of them shared a moment of quiet connection. They had come so far, and now, for the first time, they were truly able to enjoy their love without fear, without shame, and without hesitation. And as they left the bar that night, hand in hand, they knew they had more than just a relationship. They had something deeper, something unbreakable. And no matter what others thought or said, they would always have each other. The road ahead, the days after their night out at the bar were a mixture of emotions. For Jason, Caleb, and Philip, it felt like the world was slowly becoming more accepting of their unconventional love story. They hadn't anticipated the stares and questions, but they had handled it with a sense of pride that felt almost liberating. However, Jason knew that there was more to their journey ahead. The road to full acceptance wasn't always easy, and there would be more challenges to face, both in the outside world and within their relationship. As they sat in their living room a few days later, Jason couldn't help but feel a little more reflective than usual. It was a Sunday afternoon, and the apartment was quiet, save for the hum of the refrigerator and the soft murmur of a playlist playing in the background. Caleb sat on the couch, scrolling through his phone, while Philip worked on a project at the kitchen table. Jason had always thought of love in a more traditional sense, but everything had shifted since he met Caleb, and even more so since Philip had become part of their world. It wasn't easy to unlearn years of societal expectations, but somehow they had managed to create a love that was uniquely their own. Still, there was a part of Jason that wondered if this would last, if they could continue to make it work in the long run. As if sensing his thoughts, Caleb looked up from his phone. "What's on your mind?" he asked, his tone gentle, concerned. Jason hesitated for a moment, unsure how to voice the jumble of thoughts swirling in his mind. "I'm just thinking about the future. I don't want to be naive, but I don't want to go back to hiding either." Caleb's expression softened. He set his phone down and moved to sit next to Jason on the couch. "I get it. It's scary, especially when the world doesn't always understand us. But look at how far we've come. We've built something real, and we're stronger than anyone could have predicted. I don't think there's anything we can't handle together." Jason nodded, his heart swelling with affection. Caleb was right. They had made it this far, and the love they shared was unlike anything Jason had ever experienced. It was worth fighting for, no matter what others thought. Philip, who had been quietly observing them, spoke up from the kitchen table. I agree with Caleb. We've got each other's backs, and as long as we communicate and stay true to what we want, we can navigate whatever comes our way. Besides, he added with a small smile, we've already proven that we can handle the challenges. Jason smiled at him, his heart warming at the sight of the two men who had become his entire world. They were right. Whatever the future held, they would face it together, and that gave him more confidence than anything else. Caleb reached over and gently cupped Jason's chin, tilted his face so that their eyes met. And remember, it's not about what other people think. It's about us. As long as we're happy, that's all that matters. Jason let out a long breath, feeling the weight of his worries lift off his shoulders. I needed to hear that, he admitted, his voice thick with emotion. I just sometimes wonder if we'll be able to keep this going, with everything going on around us. We will, Philip said, his tone reassuring. Love like ours doesn't fade. It only grows stronger. The words hung in the air for a moment, and Jason realized that they were right. This was their love, their journey, and no one could take that from them. They spent the rest of the afternoon together, just being present with each other. They cooked dinner, played some board games, and laughed more than they had in a long time. It was a reminder of the simple joys that they could still experience despite everything that had happened. As the night drew to a close, they found themselves back on the couch, wrapped in each other's arms. Jason felt a sense of peace settle over him, a comfort he hadn't known he needed until now. There would be challenges ahead, of course, but as long as they had each other, there was nothing they couldn't overcome. Whatever happens, I know we'll be okay, Jason said softly, his head resting against Caleb's shoulder. Caleb pressed a kiss to the top of Jason's head. Always. Philip smiled, his hand resting on Jason's knee. We're in this together, no matter what. And in that moment, Jason knew that he had found something rare and beautiful, a love that was worth fighting for, no matter where the road took them. They were a family, and that was all that mattered. The unexpected visit. The air in the apartment felt heavier than usual. Jason, Caleb, and Philip had spent the morning cleaning up after a quiet weekend, all of them feeling more at ease in their relationship. They had finally reached a place of mutual understanding, and the thought of the future no longer filled Jason with doubt. The journey had been far from easy, but with Caleb and Philip by his side, he felt stronger than he ever had. But the peaceful atmosphere didn't last long. The sound of a car engine humming outside snapped Jason out of his thoughts. He glanced over at Caleb, who had paused in his conversation with Philip, his face suddenly going pale. Jason raised an eyebrow, concerned. Who's that? He asked, trying to peer through the window. Caleb turned slowly, eyes wide. That's my Aunt Linda's car. Jason's stomach dropped. Your aunt? Philip, who had been seated at the kitchen counter, stood up immediately, looking as alarmed as Caleb. Why is she here? She never just shows up unannounced. Before anyone could say anything else, the doorbell rang, its shrill tone cutting through the silence of the apartment. Caleb took a deep breath, standing frozen for a moment before walking toward the door. I guess we'll find out soon enough, Caleb muttered under his breath, trying to keep his voice steady. Jason followed Caleb to the door, his heart thumping in his chest. He wasn't sure what to expect. Was she here to confront them, or was this just a visit? But the more he thought about it, the more he realized the answer might be tied to Caleb's ex-wife. She was the only one who could have told her mother-in-law about their situation. When Caleb opened the door, standing on the threshold was none other than his Aunt Linda, Philip's mother. Her eyes, though warm, held a glint of suspicion as she scanned her nephew and his two lovers. She smiled lightly, but there was an edge to her expression that wasn't quite welcoming. Caleb, I hope I'm not interrupting anything, she said with a slightly strained smile. I just thought I'd drop by for a visit. It's been far too long. Caleb froze for a moment, trying to hide the growing anxiety in his chest. Aunt Linda, what brings you by? Linda stepped inside, her gaze flicking between Caleb, Jason, and Philip. Her smile faded slightly, and she glanced at the other men with raised brows. I'm just here to catch up. Your ex-wife, well, she... Linda's voice trailed off, her gaze narrowing. She had some things to say, Caleb. and I think we need to talk. Jason exchanged a glance with Philip, both men uncertain about what to expect. The tension in the room was palpable as Linda made her way into the living room and sat down. Caleb stood still in the doorway, looking more like a deer caught in headlights than his usual confident self. About what? Caleb asked carefully. Try to remain calm. Linda folded her arms, eyeing him carefully. About you and Philip. Jason's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but feel the uncomfortable weight of her words. What exactly did she say? He asked, unable to stop himself. Oh, don't worry. I know the story, Linda replied, a hint of sharpness in her tone. I know about you two kissing cousins, and I'm sure you got your own ideas about what that means. Jason blinked, startled by how direct Linda had been. Caleb, however, seemed to tense even further, his face paling. He had always known his family was a bit conservative, but this was not something he had imagined his mother would confront him about. Mom, what did you hear? Caleb asked carefully, trying to remain calm. Linda leaned forward, her voice soft but firm. I heard that it's not just a little kiss anymore. I know you two are involved with each other more deeply than you want to admit. Jason looked between Caleb and Linda, unsure how to react. There was no denying it. Caleb's ex-wife must have told her about the nature of their relationship. He couldn't help but feel like this was the beginning of a storm he wasn't sure they could weather. Listen, I don't know who told you that, Caleb said, shaking his head, but it's none of your business what I do with my life. Linda didn't flinch. I'm your aunt, Caleb. I have a right to know. And it's certainly my business when it affects my family. I raised you to know better than to get involved with your cousin this way. And now there's someone else involved, too? The word stung more than Jason expected. This was something he hadn't anticipated. Linda's disapproval. It was a harsh reminder that no matter how far they had come, there would always be someone in their lives who could not accept them. Jason felt his stomach tighten. He had expected some judgment, but this was more direct than he had imagined. Still, he refused to shrink away. Mom, you don't know the whole story, Caleb said, his voice starting to break. I don't know why you're bringing up things that happened in the past. I've made my own choices, and I'm happy with them. Linda's face softened for just a moment. Caleb, I just want what's best for you. I don't know if this is it, but I'm not going to stand by and pretend everything's fine when I know it isn't. Jason stood up and moved to Caleb's side, feeling the need to support him. I know we're not what you expected, but we love each other. That's all that matters, he said quietly, trying to keep his voice steady despite the underlying tension. Philip joined them, standing on the other side of Caleb, his presence a silent show of solidarity. He nodded toward Linda, his voice calm but firm. We didn't choose this, but we're in it together. We're family, and we've made it work. Linda studied the three of them, her gaze shifting between Caleb, Jason, and Philip. The silence in the room stretched on for a moment, as if she was trying to digest everything they had said. I don't know if I'll ever understand this, she said finally, her voice tired. But I'll have to learn to accept it. It's not easy for me, but I won't cut you out of my life, Caleb. You're my nephew, but this is going to take some time. Jason let out a breath, feeling the weight of the moment shift just a little. They hadn't won her over yet, but at least she wasn't rejecting them outright. It was a start. I know this is a lot to take in, Caleb said, his voice soft, but we're doing okay. And we're not asking for your approval, just your understanding. Linda nodded slowly, her expression still conflicted. I'll try, Caleb, but this is all so different. I don't know what to make of it. The conversation ended on a quiet note, but Jason felt a strange sense of relief. They hadn't solved everything, but they had taken a step forward. Maybe that was all they could ask for. As Linda left, still conflicted but willing to listen, Caleb sat down on the couch with a sigh. That went better than I thought it would. Jason sat beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. We'll get through it, he said softly. Philip leaned in and kissed Caleb's cheek. We've made it this far. We're not backing down now. The road ahead was uncertain, but they had each other, and together they would face whatever came next. The road ahead. The night after Aunt Linda's unexpected visit was quieter than usual. The tension in the apartment seemed to linger in the air, but it wasn't as suffocating as it had been in the moments after her departure. Caleb, Jason, and Philip sat in the living room, each of them processing the conversation in their own way. Caleb, who had been the most affected by Linda's visit, sat back on the couch with a heavy sigh, his arms crossed. His eyes were distant, lost in thought. "I never thought my family would have such a hard time accepting this," he said quietly, staring at the floor. Jason leaned forward from where he sat on the armchair. "It's not easy. I don't think any of us expected things to be smooth sailing. But you've got us. That has to count for something." Philip, sitting on the other side of Caleb, placed a hand on his leg. "We're a team, Caleb. No matter what happens, we've got each other." Caleb looked up at both of them, the corner of his mouth twitching into a small smile. "Yeah, you're right. I've got you guys, and that's enough for me." The silence that followed wasn't uncomfortable, but it was reflective. Jason could feel the weight of the situation. Though Aunt Linda hadn't cut them off completely, the visit had made it clear that Caleb's family wasn't going to be easy to win over. It would take time. It would take patience. But they had already been through so much together. Why couldn't they overcome this, too? "I never thought my family would be okay with me being in a relationship with Philip, but now they know about us and it's going to take time," Caleb continued, his voice more somber. "But I don't want that to stop us from being happy. We shouldn't have to hide who we are." Jason gave Caleb a reassuring smile. "We don't have to hide. We're allowed to love each other. We've already fought for this, and we're not going to back down now." Caleb nodded, but there was still a hint of doubt in his eyes. "But what if it never gets better? What if they just can't accept us?" "We don't know what the future holds," Jason said, his voice gentle. "But we do know one thing. We're together, and that's what matters most." Philip nodded, agreeing with Jason's sentiment. "We're not alone in this. And whatever happens, we'll figure it out." A sense of peace washed over Caleb as he looked between Jason and Philip, the three of them sitting together in the quiet, their bond unspoken but undeniable. "I guess I needed to hear that," Caleb said, finally leaning back against the couch and relaxing. "Thank you." Jason smiled warmly. "You don't have to thank me. We're in this together, remember?" Philip chuckled softly. "We've got this, no matter what." As the evening wore on, the three of them settled into a new rhythm. There would still be challenges ahead, and Caleb's family would need time to accept what had changed. But for now, they were together, and that was enough. They had each other's backs, and that was something that no one could take away from them. The future was uncertain, but they had each other, and with that, they could face whatever came next. The unexpected visitor. The days after their heart-to-heart were relatively peaceful. Caleb, Jason, and Philip had found a new sense of stability in their lives, albeit one that was still a work in progress. The three of them shared quiet moments at home, sometimes cooking dinner together, sometimes just lounging around, talking about nothing in particular. They had learned how to navigate the complexities of their relationship, and for the first time in a long while, it felt like they were moving forward together. But peace, as they were beginning to realize, was often fleeting. It was a Sunday afternoon when the knock came. Caleb answered the door, expecting nothing more than a delivery or maybe one of his old friends stopping by for a visit. What he wasn't prepared for was standing face-to-face with his ex-wife, Madison. Her presence was like a gust of cold wind in a warm room. She stood there, arms crossed over her chest, a stern expression on her face. It had been months since they'd spoken, since the divorce was finalized, and Caleb had hoped they would never have to cross paths again. Jason, who had been sitting on the couch, stood up immediately at the sight of Madison. He shared a quick glance with Philip, who had also risen, tension building between them. They weren't expecting this. The air felt charged, like the calm before a storm. "Caleb," Madison said, her voice cool but not unfriendly. "I need to talk to you." Caleb hesitated, the weight of his past with Madison heavy on his shoulders. He wasn't sure what she wanted or what she hoped to achieve by showing up here. But he couldn't just shut the door on her either, not after everything they'd been through together. "Come in," he said, stepping aside. Madison walked in, and the three of them exchanged wary looks as she sat down on the couch. Caleb took a seat beside her, while Jason and Philip stayed on the other side of the room, keeping their distance. "I need to know something," Madison began, her eyes locked on Caleb. "I heard rumors. People are talking, and I need you to tell me, are you in a relationship with them?" She gestured toward Jason and Philip. There was a moment of silence. Caleb felt the heat rise in his chest. Of course, the gossip was circulating. He had expected this eventually, but he wasn't prepared for Madison to be the one to bring it up. "Yes," Caleb said, his voice steady but his heart pounding. "I'm with both of them." Madison raised an eyebrow. "Both of them? That's complicated." "It's not as complicated as it seems," Caleb said, trying to keep his emotions in check. "We're happy, Madison. That's all that matters." She nodded slowly, taking it in. "I don't know why, but I'm not surprised. I always knew you were hiding something, Caleb. You never really were open with me, were you?" Caleb felt the sting of her words. He had been hiding a lot, not just from Madison, but from himself. And now, here they were, in a room together, talking about things he never thought he'd have to explain. Jason stepped forward, his calm voice breaking the tension. "We're not trying to hurt anyone. We're just trying to live our lives the way we want to." Madison turned her gaze to Jason, then to Philip, her eyes sharp as she took them in. "I see," she said after a beat. "And you too, are you okay with this?" Philip smiled slightly, though there was an edge of uncertainty in his voice. "We're happy. Caleb and I have always had a special connection, and Jason, he's been a part of that. We didn't plan this, but we're all figuring out together." Madison was quiet for a moment, processing what she was hearing. The tension in the room was palpable. "I'm not here to cause trouble," she said finally, her voice softer. "But I needed to hear it from you, Caleb. I needed to know if what I heard was true." Caleb nodded, his expression solemn. "It is, and I'm not going to apologize for it. I've spent enough of my life apologizing for who I am." Madison stood up, her posture stiff. "I don't know what to say to that." She hesitated before adding, "I guess I was just hoping that one day we could be friends again, but I don't know if that's possible now." Caleb stood too, his voice gentler than before. "Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but right now, I'm not the same person I was when we were married. I've changed, and I need to live my life the way I see fit." Madison stared at him for a long moment, the weight of their past hanging between them. Finally, she sighed. "I guess that's all I can ask for. I don't have to understand it, but I can accept it." With that, she turned and walked out of the apartment, leaving Caleb standing in the doorway, feeling a strange mix of relief and sadness. This was a closure he hadn't known he needed, and though it wasn't perfect, it felt like the first step toward letting go of the past. As Caleb closed the door behind her, he turned to face Jason and Philip. The silence between them was thick, but it wasn't uncomfortable. They had all been through so much together, and now they were stronger for it. "You okay?" Jason asked, concern in his eyes. Caleb nodded. "Yeah, I think I am." Philip placed a hand on his shoulder. "We've got your back, always." And for the first time in a long time, Caleb truly believed that. Confronting the past, the events of the past few days had left Caleb feeling more exposed than ever. Madison's unexpected visit had pulled him back into a past he thought he had long buried. She'd been a significant part of his life for years, and while their divorce had been an ending, it was also a beginning of new possibilities, and more importantly, the chance to truly be himself. But now, here they were, Caleb, Jason, and Philip, navigating complexities of their three-way relationship while also managing the remnants of old wounds. As much as Caleb wanted to move forward, Madison's visit was a stark reminder of the challenges they still faced. It was later that evening when Caleb, Jason, and Philip sat down to discuss everything. They had been living in their bubble of happiness, trying to find a rhythm that worked for all three of them. But Madison's visit had raised new questions, ones that Caleb had not anticipated. "I didn't expect her to show up like that," Caleb said, rubbing the back of his neck. "But I guess it's good we had that conversation. She needed to hear it from me, not from someone else." Jason nodded, sitting across from Caleb. "It's a step, it's hard, but you're handling it better than you think." Philip chimed in, his voice steady. You're doing great, Caleb. You don't owe anyone explanations about who you are or who you love. We've got each other. Caleb met Philip's gaze, a silent, understanding passing between them. The tension from Madison's visit was still there, but it was beginning to dissolve, replaced by the warmth of being in this together. I know, Caleb said, a soft smile tugging at his lips. I guess I'm still not used to people from my past showing up and questioning everything I've worked for. Jason leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. It's not just about them, Caleb. It's about you and what makes you happy. You've got us. You've got me. And Philip, we're in this together. Caleb's heart swelled at the words. It wasn't just the reassurance he needed. It was the truth. He had spent too many years hiding who he was, burying his feelings to conform to what others expected of him. But with Jason and Philip, he felt free. For the first time, he wasn't apologizing for his choices. He was living his truth. I just hate that she showed up like that, Caleb said, his voice tight. I don't want her to think I'm living a lie. But at the same time, I don't want to be put in a position where I'm forced to explain myself all the time. Jason's eyes softened. It's not about her anymore, Caleb. It's about us. And what we have is real. We don't need to prove anything to anyone. We're doing things our way. Caleb nodded, feeling the weight of the conversation lift off his shoulders. There was truth in Jason's words. What mattered most was the life they were building together. The love they shared, however unconventional, was theirs to define. After a long pause, Caleb looked at Philip, a question lingering in his eyes. What about your mom? What if she finds out about all this? Philip shifted slightly, his expression unreadable. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. She's not exactly going to be thrilled, but this is my life, my choices. If she can't accept that, then I'll deal with it. Caleb felt a spark of admiration for Philip. Despite everything, despite the complexities of their situation, Philip was unwavering, and that strength was what Caleb needed in this moment. They didn't have to have everything figured out right now. All they had to do was keep moving forward. Jason, sensing the tension in the room, stood up and stretched his arms above his head. How about we get out of here for a bit? Take a break from all the heavy stuff. Caleb grinned. Sounds like a good idea. Philip nodded. I could use some time to clear my head. The three of them grabbed their coats and headed out the door. It was late, but the air outside felt fresh, a welcome change from the heated conversations inside. As they walked down the street, Caleb couldn't help but feel a sense of peace. He had no idea what the future held, no idea what challenges would come next, but for the first time in a long time, he didn't feel alone. He had Jason and Philip by his side, and that was enough. The night was young, and they had the rest of their lives to figure out together, unexpected visitors and hidden truths. The night had been peaceful, the tension of the day starting to dissipate as Caleb, Jason, and Philip strolled to the quiet streets, each lost in their own thoughts. It felt like a much-needed break, a chance to breathe and just be together without the weight of the world bearing down on them. But as they approached the front door to the apartment, an unsettling sensation crept over Caleb. There was a faint but distinct sound, a knock. At first, they all froze. No one had knocked like that before. They hadn't heard any cars pull up, not even the soft of tires, on the asphalt. Whoever was had arrived with an almost eerie silence. Jason shot a glance at Caleb. You expecting someone? Caleb shook his head. His heart skipped a beat, and a slight chill ran down his spine. No one. Philip's eyebrows furrowed as he stepped toward the door. He hadn't been expecting anyone either, but he reached for the handle, curiosity tugging at him. The knock came again, this time louder, more insistent. I'll get it, Philip said, a nervous edge to his voice. He opened the door slowly, cautiously, and as it creaked open, there stood a figure that none of them expected. Philip's father and Caleb's uncle, Mark. Mark stood tall, dressed in a tailored suit, his graying hair neatly combed back. He exuded an air of confidence, yet there was a tension in his stance, something uneasy about his presence. And beside him, parked in the driveway, was a sleek, high-end Tesla, gleaming under the dim streetlight. Philip's breath caught in his throat. His father had never just shown up unannounced like this. His mind raced. Try and put the pieces together. Madison must have told him. She had been the one to bring up the relationship between Philip and Caleb, hadn't she? "Hey, Dad," Philip said, trying to sound casual, though his voice betrayed the knot in his stomach. "What's going on?" Mark didn't smile. He stood there for a moment, his sharp eyes scanning Philip's face, then slowly looked over at Caleb and Jason, who were standing behind him, both visibly surprised by the sudden visit. "I'm here to talk," Mark said flatly, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. His gaze lingered on Caleb and Jason before turning back to his son. "I heard something." From Madison. Caleb and Jason exchanged a quick look, so Madison had told him. This was exactly the kind of fallout they had been dreading. Philip opened his mouth to speak, but stopped himself, taking a deep breath. He hadn't seen his father in weeks, and the idea confronting him about the nature of his relationship felt overwhelming. But he wasn't going to hide anymore. "Come in," Philip said finally, stepping aside to let his father into the apartment. Mark walked in slowly, his eyes narrowing as he took in the surroundings. It wasn't just the apartment itself that he seemed to be assessing. It was the entire situation. Everything about his son and nephew's relationship, everything about the men standing in front of him, was unexpected. "Madison told me you're with two men now, that it's more than just casual." Mark's voice was cool, almost attached, as if trying to remain emotionally neutral. "I need to understand this, Philip." The tension in the room thickened, and Jason could sense that Philip's father wasn't here just to scold or judge. He was searching for something. Something deeper than just disapproval. Philip clenched his fists at his sides, unsure how to start. But then, in that moment, a realization hit him. The man standing in front of him, the man who had been so distant for years, the man who had always expected so much from him, was also human. He, too, had his own battles, his own desires that he'd hidden away. "I need you to know," Philip began slowly, his voice steady despite the raw emotion bubbling inside him. "This isn't a phase. This is who I am. Jason and Caleb are more than just men in my life. They're my partners, my family. It's not something I ever expected to have to explain, but it's real." Mark's expression softened slightly, but he didn't interrupt. "I get that this is new for you, Dad," Philip continued, "but it's new for me too. I spent years pretending to be something I'm not, living a life that wasn't really mine. And now I'm being honest with myself and with you." The silence hung in the air for a moment, heavy and uncomfortable. Mark crossed his arms, but there was something else in his eyes now, something like vulnerability, something that Philip hadn't seen before. Finally, Mark spoke, his voice low. "I know what this feels like. You're not the only one who's had to hide parts of himself. You've always known that I had high expectations for you. And for years, I pushed you to be something you weren't. But truth is, Philip, I've had my own desires, my own questions about myself, things I never acted on. Maybe I should have." The words hung in a room like a secret being revealed. Jason and Caleb exchanged a quick look, unsure where this conversation would lead. Mark's gaze shifted, more introspective now. "I spent my whole life pretending that things I felt weren't real. And looking at you now, I realize it's not too late to accept the truth about you, about me, about everything." Philip felt his heart beat faster, a mix of relief and disbelief washing over him. Was his father actually understanding? Was he about to accept his son and nephew's choices? "I won't pretend that it's easy to accept," Mark continued, looking at his son with something akin to regret in his eyes. "But I'll tell you this. If this is who you are, then I'm not going to stand in your way. I may have been wrong before, but I'm not wrong about you." There was a long pause, and then Mark surprised everyone by reaching out and placing a hand on Philip's shoulder. It was a rare moment of physical affection, one that spoke volumes about the unspoken bond between father and son, and also the uncle-nephew relationship. "I'm still your father, and Caleb's uncle," Mark said quietly. "And I'm here. I just need time to understand this. All of this. But I'll get there. For you, Philip. For you." Philip's throat tightened, his emotions nearly overwhelming him. He hadn't expected this. Not from his father, not after all these years of distance and pressure. But here they were. Caleb and Jason stood by him, unwavering, and for the first time in a long time, he didn't feel the need to hide. "Thanks, Dad," Philip said softly, his voice thick with emotion. "That means more than you know." Mark nodded, a faint smile tugging at his lips, before turning toward the door. "I'll give you space. Just know I'm here if you need me." As Mark left, the three of them stood there in the silence of the apartment, a weight lifting off their shoulders. The truth had been laid bare, and though it had been uncomfortable, it was also freeing. They weren't just dealing with the challenges of their unconventional relationship anymore. They were also confronting the ghosts of their pasts. And in that moment, it felt like the beginning of a new chapter. The days following Mark's unexpected visit passed by in a blur of emotions. Philip, Caleb, and Jason had taken time to process the encounter, each of them handling the conversation in their own way. It was clear that the ripple effect of Mark's admission was far from over. But for now, things felt more settled than they had in a long time. The apartment was quiet one evening as the trio gathered together in the living room. Philip was the first to break the silence, his voice thoughtful. "I never expected things to go like that with Dad. I mean, Uncle Mark," he corrected himself, remembering their complicated family dynamic. Jason, who had been sitting on the couch next to Caleb, gave him a reassuring smile. "You didn't expect him to come around, but it looks like he's willing to try. That's something." Caleb nodded, his arm draped around Jason's shoulders. "We're making progress. He's starting to understand what it means for you to be true to yourself. That's a big deal." Philip sighed, leaning back into the couch. "Yeah, but the whole thing with Madison, it still bothers me. I didn't want to tell him. I wanted to do it on my own terms." Jason shifted, reaching out to grasp Philip's hand. "I get it, but sometimes people talk. It's not the end of the world. At least your father knows the truth now. That's a step forward." Caleb's eyes softened as he turned to Philip. "And we're here, Philip, every step of the way. This isn't just about your family accepting us. It's about us figuring out how to make this work, all of us together." Philip smiled, squeezing Jason's hand in return. "I know. I've got you guys. And that means everything." As the conversation drifted into lighter topics, there was a sense of peace that settled over the three of them. They had faced challenges that felt insurmountable in the past, but now they were learning to navigate their complicated relationships with patience and understanding. The sound of a knock at the door broke the stillness, and they all exchanged quick glances. "Expecting anyone?" Caleb asked, standing up to head toward the door. "No," Philip replied, a confused look crossing his face. "I haven't heard from anyone." When Caleb opened the door, they were met with an unexpected sight. Madison stood on the doorstep, her arms crossed and a serious expression on her face. "Madison?" Philip said, clearly surprised. "What are you doing here?" She stepped inside without waiting for an invitation, her eyes quickly scanning the room. "I'm here to talk. We need to clear some things up." Caleb's expression tightened, and he glanced at Jason. Neither of them were particularly thrilled to see Madison right now, especially after everything that had happened with Mark. But they understood that this was an inevitable part of the journey. "What's this about, Madison?" Jason asked, keeping his voice calm but firm. Madison took a deep breath before speaking. "Look, I didn't mean for things to go the way they did, but I had to tell him. You can't just keep hiding this from people. Philip, you've been hiding from everyone for years. It's time to own it. To stop pretending like you're not in a relationship with Caleb and Jason." Philip's fists clenched at his sides, but he didn't say anything at first. He was still processing the conversation with his father-uncle and didn't want to fight. "I get it," Madison continued, her voice softening. "I do, but I couldn't keep pretending either. I care about you, Philip, and I don't want to see you get hurt." Jason stepped forward, his expression resolute. "We're not here to hurt him. We're here because we care about him, too. If you're going to be a part of his life, you need to understand that we're not going anywhere." Madison's eyes softened as she looked between the three of them. "I never meant to cause trouble. I don't understand it, this whole thing, but I can see that you're happy, and that's what matters." A heavy silence fell between them. The tension that had existed moments before seemed to dissipate, replaced with an unspoken understanding. This wasn't about Madison's approval or anyone else's. It was about Philip, Caleb, and Jason, about what they had together, and how they wanted to move forward, no matter the judgment they might face. After a long moment, Philip took a deep breath. I get it, Madison, but it's not your decision. You don't get to dictate who's in my life and who's not. I'm done hiding. Madison gave a small nod, her expression thoughtful. I never wanted to dictate anything. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Jason smiled, stepping forward to give her a brief hug. I think we're okay, Madison. We're going to be just fine. As Madison left the apartment, the three men remained behind, standing together in the quiet aftermath of the conversation. Though the road ahead was uncertain, they knew they were on it together, facing whatever came next as a team. I guess this is it, Philip said softly, glancing at Caleb and Jason. This is the beginning of everything. No more hiding. No more secrets. Jason reached for his hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. We're not just a couple guys anymore. We're a family, and we'll make this work together. Caleb smiled, his arm wrapping around both Philip and Jason. Together, always. And as the three of them stood in the warm glow of the apartment, they knew they had faced the hardest part. The rest of their journey would be about love, learning to love themselves and each other without reservation or fear. The road ahead might still be rocky, but with the strength of their bond, they were ready to face whatever came their way. Together, the beginning of forever. The days that followed Madison's visit were a whirlwind of emotions and decisions. The tension in the apartment had eased, but new challenges seemed to emerge from the shadows. Still, there was a sense of peace in knowing that they had finally stopped hiding their truth. Now, they were ready to face the world head-on. One chilly Saturday afternoon, Caleb, Philip, and Jason found themselves sitting together on the couch, the weight of the past few weeks finally starting to lift. The three men were in a good place, but they couldn't help but feel the pressure of living in a world that wasn't always accepting of their unconventional relationship. Yet, they were no longer afraid of what others might think. The love they shared was real, and it was something they intended to protect. Jason leaned back against the armrest, glancing at Caleb and Philip, his heart swelling with gratitude. You know, I've been thinking, he began, his voice soft but steady. We've been through a lot, but we've come so far. I don't want to take this for granted. This, what we have, feels like the start of something incredible. Philip nodded in agreement, his hand resting on Jason's thigh. Yeah, it's been a wild ride, but I wouldn't trade it for anything. I've always been scared of what would happen if I fully embraced who I am, but now I see what it feels like to be truly free. Caleb smiled, pulling both of them closer into his arms. We've built something beautiful together. I want to make sure we keep building, step by step. This is just the beginning for us. As they sat in the comfortable silence that followed, a sense of understanding passed between them. For so long, they had been navigating their individual struggles, secrets, fears, and pain. But now, it felt like they had finally found a way to unite, to build a life that was theirs to create. The days turned into weeks, and as the seasons began to change, so did their relationship. They continued to grow stronger, their bond deepening with each passing day. But despite their happiness, the outside world still had a way of creeping in, testing their resolve. One evening, after a long day, the three of them were lounging in the living room, talking about the future. Jason had just come home from a work meeting, and Caleb had been cooking dinner while Philip relaxed on the couch, flicking through channels on the TV. I was thinking, Jason started, setting down his briefcase and walking toward the kitchen. We've been talking about maybe moving in together more permanently, right? Like, finding a place that's bigger so we can really settle down. What do you two think? Philip looked up at Jason, his eyebrows raised in curiosity. You mean like buying a house? Jason nodded. Yeah, a house. Somewhere we can really make our own. Somewhere we can grow old together. Caleb, who had been leaning against the kitchen counter, smiled and walked over to Jason, wrapping his arms around him. I like the sound of that. A fresh start, a new chapter. It's a big step, Philip added, his voice filled with both excitement and nervousness. But I think it's the right one. I'm ready. I've never been ready for something like this before. But with you two, I feel like we can do anything. Jason's heart swelled with emotion as he took a step back to look at the two men. He had come to love more deeply than he ever thought possible. I feel the same way. I'm ready for this. I want to build a life with you both. For once, I feel like I'm not hiding who I am, who I love, and that's something special. The three of them stood in the kitchen, their arms wrapped around each other in an unspoken promise, a promise to continue growing together, to support each other no matter what. As the evening wore on and they sat down to a quiet dinner, there was a sense of finality to the conversation. They were not just moving forward in their relationship. They were building something that was going to last. And as the sun set on that perfect evening, the trio knew that no matter what the future held, they were stronger together. The world might never fully understand them, and they had no illusions about the challenges that lay ahead. But in that moment, none of that mattered. They had each other, and that was all they needed to keep moving forward. The road ahead would have its bumps, its twists and turns, but the love they shared would be the constant, the foundation on which they would continue to build their future. Together, they were unstoppable. And this was only the beginning. Building a future together. The weeks following their discussion about buying a house were filled with excitement and anticipation. Jason, Caleb, and Philip dove into the idea of finding a place that felt like home, a space where they could not only live but thrive as a family. It wasn't just about the house. It was about building a life, solidifying commitment they had made to each other, and stepping into the future with confidence. They spent countless hours looking at listings, browsing through neighborhoods, and imagining what their life would look like in each potential home. It was a thrilling process, but it also brought out a lot of emotions and, at times, frustrations. Jason was particularly keen on finding a place that had plenty of natural light and an open floor plan, while Caleb preferred something cozy with a large yard for gardening. Philip, being the pragmatic one, often found himself balancing both their wishes, reminding them that they needed to consider the long-term investment as well as the immediate comfort. Despite the occasional disagreements, their bond only strengthened as they worked together to find the perfect place. They made compromises and supported each other, always keeping in mind that this was their future they were building. Together, one Saturday afternoon, after weeks of searching, they finally found the one. It was a modest house, located in a quiet, suburban neighborhood with tree-lined streets and friendly neighbors. The house had a warm, welcoming feel, with a spacious living room, a well-maintained kitchen, and a large backyard that was perfect for their vision of Sunday barbecues and cozy evenings spent together. The moment they walked through the front door, they all knew it was a place. "I can already imagine us here," Jason said, a smile tugging at his lips as he took in the space. "We could make this place our own." Caleb nodded, his eyes bright. "It's perfect. It's exactly what we need." Philip, who had been quiet for a moment, spoke up. "I'm glad we're doing this. I'm excited about the future, but I also know it's going to be a lot of work. We're committing to this, to each other for the long haul." Jason reached out, placing his hand on Philip's shoulder. "I know, and I'm ready for it. We've been through a lot to get here, but I wouldn't want to do it with anyone else." After agreeing on the house, they began the process of securing it, financing, paperwork, and finalizing terms. It was a busy, often stressful time, but they took it one step at a time, always with the goal of building a stable foundation for their future together. The following weeks were filled with packing, cleaning, and organizing as they prepared to leave their respective apartments and settle into their new home. Moving in together wasn't just about the physical space. It was about blending their lives, their histories, and their dreams into something beautiful and lasting. The day of the move was a mixture of chaos and excitement. Caleb had rented a moving truck, and Jason had organized everything meticulously, ensuring that the transition would be as smooth as possible. Philip, ever the realist, made sure to keep everyone grounded, taking on a role of peacekeeper when tempers flared or stress levels reached their peak. By the end of the day, they had all their things in the new house, and the living room was filled with boxes, bags, and furniture waiting to be unpacked. They sat together on the couch, exhausted but happy, their hands intertwined, as they took in reality of what they had just accomplished. "This is it," Caleb said, his voice full of emotion. We're really here. This is our home." Jason smiled, his heart swelling with love for the two men beside him. "I couldn't be happier. We've built this from the ground up, and now it's time to build the life we deserve." Philip nodded, his voice softer now. "We've come a long way. I never imagined that I could have this. Love, stability, a family, but I do with you too." They all sat in comfortable silence for a moment, just taking it all in. The road had been long, and it hadn't always been easy, but in that moment, they knew they had everything they needed, each other, and together, they could face anything that came their way. As the sun set outside, casting a warm golden glow through the windows, they knew their journey was just beginning. The house was empty for now, but they would fill it with memories, love, laughter, and the promise of a future they would build together. They were more than just a throuple. They were family, and no matter what the world threw at them, they would always have each other to hold on to. And so, with hearts full of hope and love, they began their next chapter, together. Financial freedom and the joys of 3 incomes. The transition into their new home was everything they had dreamed of and more. It wasn't just a physical space that made it feel like a fresh start. It was the freedom that came with their new lives. Together, they had created something strong, not just emotionally, but financially. The 3 incomes they shared meant they didn't have to worry about the day-to-day stress that often comes with mortgage. They were secure, they were comfortable, and they were finally able to indulge in things that had previously seemed out of reach. Jason, Caleb, and Philip each brought their unique skills to the table. Jason, with his growing YouTube channel and side projects, had become financially independent in ways he'd never imagined when he was younger. Caleb's steady job in finance, paired with the stability it offered, brought in a solid income that helped them maintain a balanced lifestyle. And then there was Philip, whose work in the tech industry had recently taken off, adding a lucrative edge to their financial situation. Together, they were a powerhouse, not just emotionally but also economically. With 3 incomes, the weight of homeownership felt lighter. They weren't bogged down by the constant worry of keeping up with bills or struggling to meet the mortgage. Their bank accounts allowed them the freedom to live their lives on their own terms. One of the first things they did with their newfound financial flexibility was treat themselves to things they'd always wanted but never had the chance to buy. They upgraded their cars. Nothing extravagant, but enough to make them feel proud of how far they had come. Jason, always a practical one, opted for a sleek, reliable sedan that was both functional and comfortable. Caleb, on the other hand, got a new truck, perfect for his weekend gardening projects and future road trips. Philip decided on a luxury SUV, one that reflected both his personality and newfound sense of security. "It feels so good to just breathe," Jason said one evening as they sat on the new sectional in their living room, watching the sun set through the large windows. He took a sip of his wine, his gaze drifting to the backyard, where the garden Caleb had been working on for weeks was starting to take shape. "I never thought we'd be in a place like this," Caleb added, leaning back into the couch, his arm draped around Jason's shoulders. "I thought maybe I'd always be scraping by, always wondering if I could make ends meet. But now I feel like we have the world at our fingertips." Philip smiled, looking between his partners. "It's not just about the money, though. It's about the life we built together, the stability, the future. This is something I never imagined I could have, not in a million years." They all fell into a comfortable silence, the hum of contentment settling around them. The home was quiet, peaceful, and most of all, full of potential. They had everything they needed to not just survive, but thrive. With their financial security, they began to plan for their future in new ways. They put money into savings for their future travels, dream trips to places they'd only ever talked about. They began investing in hobbies they'd neglected before. Caleb took up gardening in the expansive backyard, growing everything from tomatoes to lavender. Jason began to expand his content, taking his YouTube channel to new heights by incorporating more personal projects, while Philip poured his energy into new tech ventures, creating small apps and digital products. But the freedom wasn't just about big purchases or investments. It was about the little things, too. The spontaneous dinners out, the weekend getaways to nearby beaches, the chance to grab a cup of coffee or a new outfit without worrying about the cost. It was about living without constant stress or guilt, without the feeling that every dollar had to be meticulously accounted for. "It's crazy," Jason said one Saturday afternoon as he and Philip sat on the back porch, enjoying the breeze. "We spent our lives worried about money. It feels good to know we're secure. But more than that, it feels good to have the freedom to choose how we want to live." "I never thought I'd get to this point," Philip replied, his eyes softening. "I spent so many years holding back, wondering if I'd ever be able to really live my life the way I wanted. And now, it feels like anything is possible." Jason smiled, leaning his head against Philip's shoulder. "We did this. Together." Caleb joined them moments later, carrying a tray of freshly made sandwiches and iced tea. He sat beside them, put his arm around both of them, and looked out at the horizon. "Together," Caleb echoed, squeezing them both tightly. "And this is just the beginning." The three of them laughed softly, their hearts light. They were no longer burdened by financial constraints. They had the resources to build the life they wanted and the love to make it truly meaningful. It wasn't just about the house, the cars, or the money. It was about the future they were building together. A future full of possibilities, adventures, and dreams realized. As they sat together in the peace of their new life, it was clear. With 3 incomes, love, and a shared vision, they had everything they needed to create a life they would cherish forever. Uncharted waters. The quiet hum of the house was a sharp contrast to the whirlwind of the last few months. With 3 incomes, the stress of bills and unexpected costs had been almost entirely lifted. They could afford the things they wanted without worrying about money. It had been a dream come true for all 3 of them, and yet, despite the stability they worked so hard to create, there was something unspoken hanging in the air. Caleb sat on the couch, flipping through his phone. Jason was in the kitchen, cooking their usual dinner for the night, and Philip was sitting beside Caleb, his head resting on his shoulder. The warmth of their home, the closeness they shared, felt perfect. Yet, there was still something unsettling to Caleb, something he couldn't quite pinpoint. "Hey, Jason," Caleb called out, his voice slightly hesitant. "Do you ever think we've gotten too comfortable?" Jason looked up from the stove, arching an eyebrow. "What do you mean by too comfortable?" He stirred the food before setting it down on the counter. "I don't know. Like, everything feels so perfect, but I wonder if we're really facing everything we should be," Caleb confessed, his voice quieter now. Jason wiped his hands on a towel and leaned against the counter. "I think we're doing fine. We've got our careers, we're all together. Hell, we don't even fight much anymore." Philip, who had been absent-mindedly scrolling through his phone, added, "Maybe Caleb just wants more excitement." Caleb turned to look at him, his lips curling into a small grin. "Maybe." Jason moved to sit beside Caleb, his expression softening. "You know you can talk to us, right?" Caleb nodded, exhaling slowly. "I know. I don't know how to ask for what I need. I guess. I don't want to mess up what we have." Philip nudged Caleb's leg with his own. "What do you need? You're not going to mess anything up by being honest." Caleb sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "I think I want more from this. Like, I love you both, more than I ever thought I would. But I wonder if there's a part of me that's still holding back." Jason placed his hand on Caleb's, offering reassurance. "If you're not feeling completely fulfilled, we should talk about it. But we don't need to rush into anything either." Philip smiled. "We've always been honest with each other, right? So whatever you need, we're here." A silence lingered between the 3 of them as Caleb took it all in. He had never been one to talk about his emotions, let alone his desires. But there was something about their openness, their shared trust, that made him feel safe. After a long pause, Caleb turned to both of them. "I don't know what I want yet, but I think it's time to explore what else we could be together, more than just what we've always known." Jason and Philip exchanged a knowing glance. They didn't need to say anything. Their bond had always been strong enough to weather uncertainty. "Then we explore together," Jason said, his voice steady. Philip nodded. "We'll take it one step at a time. No pressure." The doorbell rang, breaking the quiet tension in the room. Caleb stood up quickly. "Who could that be?" "No one's expecting us," Jason furrowed his brows. I'll get it. He opened the door, only to be met by a familiar face. It was his old friend, Ryan. Someone from his past, a blast from the past who had been part of his life before everything changed. Ryan looked the same, but there was something in his eyes that made Jason wonder what had brought him here. Hey, Jason, Ryan said with a grin. Long time no see. Got a minute? Jason blinked in surprise. Ryan, what are you doing here? Ryan's gaze flickered past Jason into the living room, his eyes narrowing slightly as he took in Caleb and Philip. I've got a proposition for you, Ryan said, his tone shifting to something a little more serious. I think it's time we had a conversation. All three of you. Caleb and Philip stood up, sensing the shift in the air. Jason exchanged a glance with them before stepping aside to let Ryan in. What's this about? Jason asked, already feeling a tinge of curiosity mixed with unease. Ryan looked at each of them, his expression unreadable. It's been a long time, but I think you're in a place where you can hear me out. I know about your arrangement, and I think I have something that might change everything for you. Jason's heart raced. The last thing he expected was for someone from his past to show up with an offer, especially one that seemed to be tied to his present. But whatever this was, it would change everything. Ryan stepped further into the house, his presence filling the space between them. It was time for another shift in their dynamic, and Jason wasn't sure what to expect. The proposition. Ryan closed the door behind him, his confident stride unmistakable as he made his way into the living room. Jason, Caleb, and Philip exchanged curious glances, but none of them spoke as Ryan took a seat across from them, clearly not waiting for an invitation. His presence was like a storm that had unexpectedly rolled into their calm, balanced lives. You guys seem like you got it all figured out, Ryan began, his eyes scanning the room. A happy little throuple living in your perfect house with your perfect lives. But I think I can offer something you might not even realize you're missing. Jason folded his arms, a mixture of wariness and intrigue building inside of him. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Ryan's smile faltered for a moment before he leaned forward, his eyes locking onto Jason's. I know about your past, Jason. The stuff you thought you left behind. The stuff you tried to bury. But it doesn't just disappear. It always catches up, doesn't it? Caleb's gaze shifted to Jason, his expression tight. What's he talking about? He asked, his voice sharp but trying to maintain composure. Jason felt a pang in his chest, the old memories creeping back. Ryan had always known more about him than he cared to admit, and now it seemed like that knowledge was going to make its way into their present. But Jason wasn't about to let Ryan control the narrative. I don't know what you think you know, Jason said, trying to sound calm, but we're not interested in whatever you're selling. You showed up out of nowhere, and we're good. We're fine. Ryan let out a soft chuckle, clearly unfazed by Jason's defensiveness. You say that now, but deep down, you're all searching for something more. Even you, Caleb. You don't even realize it yet. You think you found everything you need here, but there's more. Something that you can't see. Something that could bring everything you built to a whole new level. Philip leaned in, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. And what exactly is it that you're suggesting? Ryan's gaze flickered to him. I'm suggesting that you consider expanding your horizons even more, that you open up to things you never thought possible. I'm talking about introducing a new dynamic into your relationship, something that's a bit more adventurous. Jason froze, his stomach tightening. He could feel Caleb and Philip's eyes on him, waiting for him to react. His mind was racing, memories flooding back at the times in his past when he'd let things spiral out of control. Ryan, don't come in here talking about... Jason began, but Ryan cut him off. Listen, Ryan said, his voice quieter now, but with an intensity that made Jason's skin prickle. You've been living a comfortable life, right? But deep down, you know that sometimes comfort breeds complacency. You three are perfect in your own little world, but maybe it's time to face the real world, to explore beyond the borders of what's safe and familiar. Ryan leaned back into his chair, watching them carefully. I'm offering you an opportunity to break free of the constraints of your routine. I know the things you've done, the things you haven't shared with each other. I'm talking about a level of freedom, emotionally, physically, that you might not have ever considered. Caleb looked at Jason, his face unreadable. What do you think, Jason? Is he right? Have we been holding back in some way? Jason exhaled, trying to regain his composure. He'd never been good at confronting his past. The idea of opening up about the things Ryan hinted at, the secrets Jason had never wanted to share, left a bitter taste in his mouth. I don't know, Jason muttered. I don't know what he's talking about, but I'm not sure I want to find out. Philip placed his hand on Jason's knee, offering silent support. We don't need to open ourselves up to someone like him just because he's got an agenda. We're fine the way we are. Ryan's smile returned, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. Fine? You think you're fine? Maybe, but there's more to life than being fine. And if you're ever really ready to take the next step, you know where to find me. With that, Ryan stood up, his presence almost oppressive. Jason could feel the tension in the room thickening, like the air before a storm. Ryan's word hung in the air like a challenge, but Jason wasn't sure if he was ready to face what lay behind them. As Ryan made his way to the door, Jason took a deep breath, watching him with a mixture of apprehension and resolve. He had a choice to make, and the weight of it fell heavy on his chest. Before Ryan stepped out, he turned back to them one last time. Just think about it, he said softly. It's your life after all. And with that, he was gone, leaving the three of them in a cloud of uncertainty. Jason sank into the couch, feeling his heart pounding in his chest. Caleb and Philip sat beside him, the three of them silent, each lost in their thoughts. Do you think we've been holding back? Caleb asked quietly, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Jason took a moment to gather his thoughts before speaking. I don't know, but what I do know is that we've always been honest with each other. If there's something we need to explore, we'll do it together. Philip nodded. Exactly. We don't need to listen to someone like him. We built something strong, and nothing's going to change that. Jason smiled softly, grateful for their support. Yeah, we got something real here, and I'm not going to let anyone ruin that. But in the back of his mind, Jason couldn't shake the feeling that Ryan's words would continue to echo long after he left. Would they really be able to face the future together without exploring the unknown? Or would they remain in their comfortable bubble, forever questioning what they were missing? Crossroads. The following days were heavy with the weight of Ryan's visit. Jason couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty, and it seemed to linger in the air between him, Caleb, and Philip. It was a strange dynamic now, a silent tension that none of them had expected or wanted. The peace they had fought so hard to build was disrupted by Ryan's words, and they all knew it. They hadn't talked about it much. Every time it came up, someone changed the subject. But deep down, Jason could feel the undercurrent of it, running beneath everything. The three of them had always been open with each other, but now things were different. Caleb was the first to break the silence one night, his voice soft but firm. We can't keep ignoring it, he said, his eyes flicking between Jason and Philip. Jason looked up at him, his heart already heavy. I don't know what to say, Caleb. I don't want to go down that path. I don't even know what path Ryan was talking about, but I don't think we need to. Philip, who had been unusually quiet, shifted in his seat. But maybe we do. Maybe Ryan has a point. I mean, we've been together for a while now, and we've got this dynamic. What if there's something more? Something that could make us even closer? Jason frowned, feeling a sense of discomfort settle in his chest. I don't want us to get carried away. I don't want to lose what we have. What if exploring something more changes everything? What if it breaks us? Caleb reached over, placing his hand on Jason's. We've always been able to talk through things, Jace. If we're honest with each other, if we set boundaries, we won't lose what we have. And I don't want to push you into anything. But maybe we should talk about what Ryan said. Maybe we do need to figure out what we really want. Jason exhaled slowly, his thoughts a tangled mess. He looked at Philip, who nodded, a mix of curiosity and understanding in his eyes. What do you think, Philip? Jason asked, his voice quiet. Do you really think we're missing something? Is that what you want? Philip hesitated for a moment, his eyes searching Jason's face. I don't know what I want, honestly. I love you both, and I'm not sure if we need to change anything. But if there's something we haven't explored, something that could bring us closer, maybe it's worth considering. I just don't want to hurt anyone, and I don't want to lose what we have. Jason's heart ached with the vulnerability in Philip's voice. He could feel the weight of their emotions, the desire to keep things intact, while also wondering if there was more to discover. And in that moment, Jason realized that they couldn't stay in a comfortable bubble forever. The question wasn't whether they should explore. It was whether they could navigate the complexities that came with it. "Okay," Jason said, finally meeting their gazes. "Maybe we need to talk more about it. But I'm scared. I don't want anything to mess this up. But I don't want to shut things down without at least thinking it through." Caleb gave a small smile. "We'll take it one step at a time." "Together?" Philip nodded. "Yeah, we don't need to rush into anything. We'll figure it out, just like we always do." And so, with the weight of Ryan's words still lingering in the air, the three of them decided to take the next step together. It wouldn't be easy. It wouldn't be without risks. But they were willing to explore, to talk, and to learn what this new phase of their relationship could mean. The road ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear. Whatever happened, they were in it together. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. Exploring boundaries. The next few days were filled with an air of cautious optimism. Jason, Caleb, and Philip found themselves trying to navigate a path they hadn't even considered before. The idea of adding another layer to their already complex relationship was both exciting and daunting. They had always been open, always communicated. But now, there was a new level of complexity. And with that complexity came fear, uncertainty, but also a sense of anticipation. One evening, they sat together in their living room, a bottle of wine between them, the soft glow of the lamp casting gentle shadows across the room. There was an unspoken understanding in the air. They needed to have this conversation, to fully explore what it meant for them, emotionally, physically, and mentally, to step into a new space together. Caleb was the first to speak, his voice steady but full of underlying emotion. "So, we're all on the same page about exploring this, right? But we need to set boundaries. We need to be honest with each other. I don't want us to lose sight of what we have already. But I don't want to close the door to something new if we're all willing to give it a try." Jason shifted uncomfortably, his mind racing. "I'm scared, Caleb. What if it changes things in a way we can't control? What if I get hurt? What if one of us ends up feeling left out?" Philip leaned forward, his eyes soft yet intent. "I get it, Jason. But if we really want this to work, we need to trust each other. No one gets left out. If we're feeling unsure, we talk about it. No secrets. No assumptions." Jason met Philip's gaze, feeling the sincerity in his words. "I know, but it's easier said than done, right? We've never done anything like this before. I just don't want to complicate things. I don't want to regret it." Caleb reached out and placed his hand on Jason's. "We're not doing this to complicate things. We're doing it because we want to grow together, and we're going to make sure we keep communication open every step of the way. If we start feeling uncomfortable, we'll talk about it. If anyone feels neglected or jealous, we'll address it. No shame in feeling that way, as long as we're honest with each other." Philip nodded in agreement. "This isn't about changing everything overnight. It's about seeing if this works for us, if we can handle it. And if we can, then we'll keep moving forward. But if it doesn't feel right, we stop. We got to be honest with ourselves and with each other." Jason took a deep breath, feeling the tension in his chest begin to release. "Okay, let's try it. Let's see where it goes. But we need to keep talking. If anything feels wrong, we need to stop and reassess." Caleb smiled, his hand still resting gently on Jason's. "Agreed. We're in this together, every step of the way." Philip squeezed Jason's other hand. Together, always. The conversation was a turning point for all of them. It was a step into the unknown, but one they were willing to take. There was no clear answer, no promise that would work, but there was an understanding that they would face it together. The key to everything was trust. Trust that they would listen to each other, trust that they would respect boundaries, and trust that their love for one another would be the foundation that held them steady. As the night went on, they found themselves laughing, joking, and enjoying each other's company in a way that felt comforting and familiar. The tension had dissipated, replaced with a sense of calm and understanding. They didn't know where this path would lead, but they knew they'd face it together. hand in hand, heart in heart. It was a beginning of something new, and they were ready to embrace it, whatever that might mean. A step forward. The following weeks brought with them a new sense of normalcy, but also a quiet excitement in the air. Caleb, Jason, and Philip had agreed to explore this deeper connection, but the reality of it was slowly unfolding in ways none of them could have predicted. Their relationship felt stronger than ever before, but the path ahead was not always smooth. Every day felt like a new step forward, sometimes awkward, sometimes thrilling, but always honest. One evening, after a long day at work, the three of them sat down for dinner together. It had become their routine, coming together after their individual work days, sharing a meal and checking in with each other. It was one of the simplest moments, yet it had grown to be their favorite part of the day. So, Jason began, putting down his fork and looking between Caleb and Philip. How do we feel about everything? Are we good? Is there anything we need to address? Caleb looked up from his plate, his eyes soft. I think we're doing great, but I know it's a lot to handle. I don't want us to rush anything. I just want us to take it one step at a time. Philip, who had been unusually quiet lately, nodded. I agree. I've been feeling really good about things, but I also want to make sure we don't lose sight of what makes us work. We've always communicated well, and I want that to continue. Jason smiled, grateful for their openness. Yeah, I agree. Sometimes I feel like we're on a new adventure, but I want to make sure we're all comfortable. It's not just about sex. It's about all of us being connected in a way that feels right. Caleb reached over and took Jason's hand, his thumb gently brushing over his skin. We'll keep it balanced. We'll be open with each other. We can explore this, but we're not going to lose ourselves in it. And if anyone feels like it's too much, we talk about it. Philip added, his voice steady. That's the most important part. We're not doing this to put any pressure on ourselves. We're doing it because we want to keep growing, to keep evolving. But there's no timeline. We don't have to rush. This is our relationship, and we're the ones who define what works for us. Jason squeezed Caleb's hand. I just want to make sure we keep that honesty. I never want to feel like I'm in the dark or that something's hidden. I know we're all still figuring this out, but I want us to be as transparent as possible. Absolutely, Caleb said, his eyes meeting Jason's. If there's ever anything bothering any of us, we bring it up. No matter how small it seems, it's important. The three of them sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the weight of the conversation sinking in. It wasn't easy and it wasn't perfect, but they were committed to making it work. They had been through so much together, and this was just another chapter in their shared journey. As the evening progressed, they found themselves slipping back into the natural rhythm of their lives. Laughter bubbled up between them, and casual conversation about their day filled the room. There was no awkwardness, no lingering uncertainty, just a steady beat of their connection, each of them finding comfort in the other's presence. Later that night, after dinner was cleaned up and the house had settled into a peaceful quiet, Jason found himself lying in bed, reflecting on everything that had led them to this point. It hadn't been an easy journey, but it was theirs. And somehow, that made all the difference. Caleb and Philip joined him in bed, as they always did now. It felt right. The three of them together, physically close, emotionally intertwined, had become a home they'd been searching for. Their bond was not perfect, but it was real, and that was enough. Caleb leaned over and kissed Jason on the cheek. I'm glad we're doing this. I really am. Philip smiled softly, echoing Caleb's sentiment. Yeah, me too. Jason, feeling their warmth beside him, smiled back. I'm glad we're here. All of us. They lay together, the silence between them comfortable, filled with the unspoken understanding that they were embarking on something deep and meaningful. They were not just lovers. They were partners in this journey, whatever it might bring. And as the night stretched on, their hearts beat in sync, and they drifted off to sleep, knowing that whatever tomorrow brought, they would face it together. New challenges. The days that followed continued in the same rhythm, comfortable, familiar, and peaceful. The three of them settled into their dynamic more each day, and with that, they began to open up more about their past, desires, and fears. It wasn't always easy, but they each understood the importance of keeping communication open. Still, they had their challenges, and they were learning that with any relationship, especially one as unconventional as theirs, new hurdles would arise. One Saturday afternoon, Caleb had gone to the gym for his usual workout, leaving Jason and Philip at home. Jason sat on the couch, scrolling through his phone, while Philip was in the kitchen making lunch. The house was quiet, almost peaceful, but there was an underlying tension in the air. Jason had been thinking about something for a while, something that had been bothering him for weeks now. "Hey, Philip," Jason called out, his voice breaking the silence. "Can we talk for a second?" Philip poked his head around the kitchen doorframe, his brow furrowed in curiosity. "Of course. What's up?" Jason set his phone down and sat up on the couch, running a hand through his hair. "I've been thinking a lot about us, about our relationship, and there's something I feel like I need to say." Philip stepped into the living room, concern flashing across his face. "What's going on? You've been kind of distant lately." Jason took a deep breath, trying to gather his thoughts. "I don't know how to say this without it sounding like I'm overreacting, but I've been feeling a little neglected. I know things have been going well between us, but there are times when I feel like I'm not getting as much attention or affection from you as I'd like." Philip's face softened immediately. "Jason, I'm so sorry if you felt that way. I didn't mean for you to feel neglected. It's just that, well, with everything going on, I guess I didn't realize how much I might have been pulling back without even noticing." Jason nodded slowly. "I get it. It's just, when we're together, I want us to be fully connected. It's not just about physical intimacy, though that's part of it, but emotional intimacy too. I don't want to feel like I'm being put on the back burner. You and Caleb have always had a connection that I respect, but I need to feel like I'm just as important in this relationship too." Philip walked over to the couch and sat down next to him, placing a hand on Jason's knee. "I hear you. I didn't mean to make you feel that way. It's just that sometimes I get wrapped up in everything else. But you're just as important to me, Jason. You've always been. I've been so focused on making sure everything is running smoothly with Caleb and keeping up with work and everything else that I didn't stop to think about how I might have been pulling away from you." Jason gave him a small, reassuring smile. "I know you're busy, but I just need a little more effort from you. I don't want to feel like the odd one out in this relationship, you know?" Philip nodded, his expression sincere. "You won't ever be the odd one out, Jason. I'm sorry for making you feel like that. I'll work on being more present. I promise." Jason exhaled in relief, feeling a weight lift off his chest. "I just need to know we're all on the same page. I want this to work. I want us to be solid. And that means we need to talk about things like this when they come up." Philip smiled, squeezing Jason's knee. "I promise we'll talk more, and we'll make it work. You and me and Caleb, this is something special. I don't want to mess it up." Just as they were about to share a brief moment of closeness, Caleb's voice broke through the moment, calling from the front door. "Hey, I'm back. What are you two up to?" Jason and Philip exchanged a quick glance, a silent understanding passing between them. "Just talking," Jason called back, rising from the couch. "We'll be out in a minute." Caleb appeared in the doorway, his workout gear still clinging to his body. His eyes moved between the two of them, sensing that something had shifted. "Everything okay?" he asked, his tone lighter now that he could see they were both smiling. Jason stepped forward and wrapped Caleb in a brief hug, taking in his familiar scent. "Yeah, we're good. Just a little heart-to-heart." Philip stood up and smiled at Caleb. "Yeah, just clearing the air a bit. No big deal. But Jason and we need to make sure we're both putting in the effort." Caleb nodded, his lips curving into a knowing smile. "You know I'm always here to listen. If either of you ever feel off or want to talk, we do it. No secrets. This is a partnership, and we're all in this together." Jason felt a surge of appreciation for both of them. He was starting to realize that no relationship, no matter how unconventional, was easy. But as long as they could keep communicating, keep respecting each other's feelings, and put in the work, they could make it through anything. As they moved into the kitchen to finish making lunch, the conversation flowed freely, lighter and easier than before. There was an understanding now that things wouldn't always be perfect, but as long as they continued to talk, to connect, they could handle whatever came next. For now, they were just three people in love, doing their best to make it work. The return of Ryan. It had been a few weeks since the heart-to-heart between Jason, Caleb, and Philip. Life had settled into a rhythm. The tensions that threatened to pull them apart had been addressed, and now there was an underlying sense of calm in their home. They had continued working through the dynamics of their three-way relationship, but the occasional ripple of uncertainty still lingered in the back of their minds. It was a normal Saturday evening when the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Jason, who had been lounging on the couch, looked up at Caleb and Philip, a puzzled expression on his face. "I wasn't expecting anyone," he murmured, his curiosity piqued. Caleb got up from the armchair and walked to the door, glancing back over his shoulder. "Maybe it's a delivery or something," he said, opening the door. Standing on the doorstep was Ryan, the man who had appeared in their lives a while back with an offer that still lingered in the air. He stood there with a casual yet confident smile, wearing a dark jacket and jeans. His eyes flicked between Caleb, Jason, and Philip, settling on Jason with a look of mild curiosity. "Ryan." Jason blinked, surprised to see him standing there. "What are you doing here?" Ryan's gaze lingered on Jason for a moment before he shrugged, a bit of a smirk on his lips. "I figured I'd stop by and see if you've had any more time to think about my offer," he said smoothly. Jason felt a sudden tension tighten in the room. He remembered exactly what Ryan was talking about. When they'd last spoken, Ryan had floated the idea of possibly joining them, becoming a fourth member of their relationship. It had been an unexpected proposition, and one that had thrown Jason and Caleb into a state of uncertainty. They had agreed to take some time to think about it. But now, standing before them, Ryan had returned with that same question. Caleb shot Jason a glance, his brow furrowed in slight confusion. "What offer?" he asked, though he could guess what might be. Ryan turned his attention to Caleb, his eyes glinting with an almost playful edge. "I asked Jason if he and the two of you would be open to the idea of expanding your dynamic. Of course, it's just a suggestion, but I thought I'd see if you had given it any more thought." He paused for a beat before adding, "We've had some pretty good conversations, haven't we, Jason?" Jason, feeling the heat rise in his cheeks, nodded. "Yeah, but we weren't sure if that was something we wanted to pursue. It's a lot to think about." Ryan didn't seem fazed by Jason's hesitation. Instead, he walked further into the doorway, his confident smile still firmly in place. "I get it," he said smoothly. "But the thing is, you've got a good thing going here, right? Why not make it even better? I've been thinking about it myself, and I feel like I could fit into this, contribute something. I mean, you've got the chemistry with the three of you. Imagine adding just one more. A little more to the mix, right?" Philip, who had been quietly observing the interaction, crossed his arms and leaned against the kitchen counter. "And what exactly do you think you contribute to all this?" he asked, his tone even but with a slight edge to it. Ryan's gaze shifted to Philip, his smirk never faltering. "I think I could offer something a little different than what you got right now. It's not about replacing anyone, but rather about adding something unique." He raised an eyebrow suggestively. "Think about it. More passion, more excitement, and no strings attached. Just a bit of fun, a bit of connection. No drama, just good times." Caleb looked over at Jason, searching his face for any signs of interest. Jason's expression was conflicted. He had enjoyed the flirtations with Ryan when they first met, but he hadn't really considered the idea of taking it further. The thought of adding someone else to their already complicated relationship made him feel uneasy. "Ryan," Jason finally said, breaking the silence, "this isn't something we're just going to jump into. It's not a decision we're making lightly. We're still figuring things out with each other. We've been working hard to make this dynamic work between the three of us." He gestured toward Caleb and Philip. "This is a lot, and we're still navigating it. We don't want to complicate things right now." Ryan seemed to understand, though he didn't back down completely. "I get it," he said again with a more genuine tone. "But don't you think it's worth considering? Just one more time." He gave a knowing glance to Jason. "You know the chemistry is there." Jason took a deep breath, glancing between Caleb and Philip. He wasn't sure how they felt about Ryan's proposal, and part of him didn't want to push things too quickly. But he couldn't ignore the small part of him that was intrigued. "I'm not saying no," Jason finally said, his voice low but firm. "But this is something we need to talk about more. It's not something that can be decided in the heat of the moment." He looked at Ryan. "We'll think about it, but no promises." Ryan's smile widened, and he nodded, sensing the decision had been made. "Fair enough," he said, taking a step back. "I'm not going anywhere, Jason. Just think it over, all right? I'll give you some space. I'll be here if you change your mind." With that, Ryan turned and walked out the door, his footsteps fading into the distance. The tension in the room seemed to lift, though the question of what to do next still hung in the air. Caleb turned to Jason, his expression thoughtful. "So, what do you think? Do you want to think it over?" Jason sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I don't know. It feels like it would change everything. I don't know if we're ready for that yet. But I think we need to have a real conversation about it. Together. I don't want anyone feeling left out or like their boundaries are being crossed." Philip nodded, his tone serious. "Yeah, it's something we should talk about. No one should feel pressured. We're a team, and we need to make sure we're all on the same page." Jason glanced at both of them, his mind racing with possibilities. But for now, all he could do was take a deep breath and hope they could make the right decision together. The door had been opened. Now, they would have to decide whether or not to walk through it. A new beginning. The conversation that had started with Ryan's unexpected visit had continued long into the night. Jason, Caleb, and Philip sat around their living room, sipping on drinks and occasionally exchanging thoughtful glances. It had been an emotionally charged evening, but now they were faced with a decision that felt just as big as the initial leap they had taken into their current dynamic. Ryan had proposed joining them as a fourth, but it wasn't just an invitation to casual flings. It was a suggestion to explore a deeper connection. After their conversation, the weight of the decision was heavy on all three of them. They knew this could shift the balance of everything they had worked so hard to build. But there was also the undeniable curiosity, the lingering question of what might happen if they allowed Ryan into their carefully constructed world. Caleb leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees, as he looked at Jason. "So, what are you thinking?" he asked quietly. His voice wasn't impatient or demanding. It was more of a plea for understanding. He wanted to hear where Jason stood before they made any more decisions. "I mean, Ryan isn't just some random guy. We've all spent time with him. But this is a big step." Jason nodded slowly, his mind still processing the options. "I think we've come a long way in figuring out how we fit together. I don't want to just rush into anything, and I don't want to make promises we can't keep. But I also don't want to shut it down because of fear." Philip, who had been quiet until now, looked at Jason, his expression serious. "It's not about fear," he said. "It's about making sure we're all comfortable. The idea of adding someone else into the mix, it's not something to take lightly. But if we're really going to consider it, we need to make sure it works for all of us." Jason took a deep breath. He had never been one to rush into things, but he couldn't ignore the subtle pull of excitement that came with the idea of expanding their relationship. He'd enjoyed the time they'd spent with Ryan, and there had been undeniable chemistry. "I think we should give it a trial. Let him come over for visits. See how it feels. But we need to set some boundaries, clear ones." Caleb nodded in agreement. "Yeah, definitely. No living together, no pressure to make it permanent. Just seeing if it works, if we all can mesh without losing the balance we have right now." Jason looked at Philip, waiting for his input. Philip had always been the most reserved when it came to new ideas. He was the one who needed time to warm up to the unexpected, and Jason respected that. Philip took a long moment, then met his gaze. "I'm open to it," Philip said slowly. "I think we can give it a shot. But like you said, Jason, we need to keep it casual for now. No expectations. Just see where it goes. And if it doesn't feel right, we pull back. Simple as that." Jason smiled softly, relieved by their agreement. It wasn't that he didn't trust Ryan. It was just that the nature of their existing relationship was delicate, and adding someone else could easily tip the scales. But they had all agreed to approach it with caution. They would give it a trial run. "All right," Jason said, glancing at both Caleb and Philip. We'll tell Ryan we're willing to try it out, but we set clear boundaries. He can come over, hang out, maybe even, have some fun, but no pressure. And we'll check in with each other after every visit to make sure everyone's comfortable. Caleb smiled faintly, his eyes softening. I think that sounds like a good plan. Just taking it step by step. If we start feeling like it's too much, we can walk away from it. But I'm willing to try. Jason nodded. Then it settled. I'll talk to Ryan and let him know. We'll start slow. A couple of days later, Ryan came over for a visit. The tension that had initially filled the air had softened, and now it felt more like an opportunity to explore what they could build together. Jason, Caleb, and Philip were still setting their boundaries, but they had agreed that Ryan would visit for regular hangouts, and when it felt right, they would enjoy each other's company in a more intimate way. The understanding was mutual. It would be casual, no strings attached, and they'd reevaluate if things began to feel unbalanced. Ryan arrived with a confident smile, as always. He was well aware that things weren't going to be the same as they had been before, but there was something in the air that made him feel like this could be the beginning of something new, something exciting. Jason greeted him at the door, his demeanor warm but guarded. Hey, Ryan, we've talked it over. We're ready to give it a shot, but we need to keep things casual. For now, at least. Ryan's face lit up with a grin, his charm unmistakable. Casual works for me. No pressure. I'm just happy to spend time with you guys. Let's see how this goes. Caleb and Philip were both there to welcome him, each with their own quiet, yet accepting smiles. It was clear they were ready to explore this new chapter, but they were also aware that it would take time to figure out how to make it work without complicating what they already had. They spent the evening together, talking, laughing, and simply enjoying each other's company. It was easy, comfortable, and there was an undeniable chemistry that lingered in the air. As the night wore on, things gradually shifted to a more intimate setting. The connection between the three of them, Jason, Caleb, and Philip, was solid. They trusted each other, and this new dynamic, though still uncertain, was something they were willing to explore. Ryan was careful to respect the boundaries they had set, and they made sure to check in with each other during and after their time together. It wasn't about rushing into anything. It was about taking the time to understand what worked for them all and what didn't. As the evening ended, Ryan left their home with a promise to return soon. No one was sure where this new arrangement would lead, but for now, they were content to take things one step at a time. It was a trial, a chance to see if they could balance their established relationship while introducing someone new. And as the night came to a close, they all felt a mix of excitement and uncertainty. The future was wide open, but for now, they had each other, and that was enough. The weeks following Ryan's first visit passed quickly. The initial hesitation that had accompanied the idea of adding someone new to their relationship began to fade as Ryan spent more time with Jason, Caleb, and Philip. Each visit seemed to bring them closer together, and the chemistry between the four of them was undeniable. It was clear that the casual arrangement they had set out to explore had evolved into something deeper. One evening, after another relaxing dinner and movie night, the four of them sat together in the living room. There was a sense of ease that had settled between them, and it was as if they were in sync, all on the same page, without needing to say much. Ryan, who had been laughing at a joke Caleb made, leaned back in his chair, his eyes meeting Jason's. It had been weeks of casual hangouts, intimate moments, and late-night talks, but now something else was in the air. They were all thinking it, but no one had dared to voice it just yet. Jason broke the silence, his voice thoughtful but steady. Ryan, I think it's time we talk about the next step. He paused, glancing around at the others. You've been spending a lot of time with us, and it's been amazing. But we've been thinking, what if you moved in? Ryan blinked in surprise, his heart skipping a beat. He had known this was a possibility, but hearing out loud was a game changer. He leaned forward, studying Jason's face, then looked at Caleb and Philip, who both gave him encouraging nods. You're serious? Ryan asked quietly, his voice a mix of excitement and nervousness. Caleb nodded. Yeah, we've all grown really close. And we're not just talking about another casual arrangement. This is something deeper. We think it could work, having you with us full time. Philip spoke up next, his voice calm but warm. "We've been through a lot together, and the connection is stronger than we expected. We're all comfortable with each other, and we think this is the right time to make it more permanent. But we want to make sure it works for everyone." Ryan sat back, processing their words. Moving in with them? It was a big step. But as he thought about it, he realized how much he had come to care for each of them, Jason, Caleb, and Philip. They had shown him kindness, acceptance, and understanding in a way no one else ever had. I don't know what to say," Ryan admitted, his voice tinged with emotion. "This is everything I've wanted, but I also don't want to rush into something that might change things between us." Jason reached out, resting a hand on Ryan's shoulder. "We're not rushing, Ryan. We've talked about it a lot, and we all feel like it could work. We're asking you because we want to take this step together." Ryan looked around the room, meeting each of their eyes in turn. There was no hesitation now. The love, the trust, and the connection were clear in every glance. This wasn't about taking a chance. It was about growing together. "I think I'd like that," Ryan said finally, his voice low and sincere. "I want to be with you all, and I think I'm ready." Jason smiled, relief washing over him. "Then it's settled. We'll work out the details, and you'll move in with us." Caleb nodded, his eyes softening with a hint of excitement. "It's going to be great, Ryan. We're really glad you're here." Philip gave a small, contented sigh. "This feels right. We got something special, and I think adding you to the mix will only make it stronger." Ryan smiled, feeling a warmth spread through him. He had never felt more accepted, more at home. The bond between the four of them was undeniable, and now they were taking the next step in their journey together, adjusting to new dynamics. The transition to living together was seamless, and yet it was a big change for everyone. Ryan moved into the guest room, and over the next few weeks, his belongings slowly began to blend in with the rest of the house. At first, it felt a little surreal, like they were living in a dream. But as the days went by, it began to feel more like home. They all settled into a comfortable rhythm. Morning routines became easier, and the shared space was filled with laughter and the familiar hum of life. The four of them had become a cohesive unit, and their bond deepened with every passing day. They still had their private moments, nights where they enjoyed time together as a couple, or with Ryan included, exploring new aspects of their relationship. But there was also a sense of calm in their everyday interactions. It was as if they had found the balance between intimacy and individuality. One evening, as they all sat down for dinner, Caleb raised a glass. "To new beginnings," he said with a smile. "To us, and to everything that's to come." They clinked their glasses together, each of them feeling the weight of the moment. It wasn't just about the commitment to each other. It was about the trust they had built, the way they had found a path forward together. Ryan felt a rush of emotions as he looked around the table. He had never imagined he'd be part of something so deep, so real. He had always wanted connection, and now, here it was, right in front of him. The warmth in the room felt like everything he had ever needed. A new normal. The passage of time was almost imperceptible, but the subtle changes were undeniable. As the weeks turned into months, the four of them, Jason, Caleb, Philip, and Ryan, began to settle into their new life together. The days unfolded with natural flow, and the rhythm of living together as a force became as familiar as the sound of their morning laughter or the routine of sharing evening meals. Each day brought something new, a chance to learn more about each other, to grow deeper in their connection, and to explore the dynamics of their relationship further. But it wasn't always perfect. There were moments of tension, misunderstandings, and the occasional hurt feeling. But they were a family now, bound by love, communication, and a shared commitment to making it work. Ryan had been nervous when he first moved in, unsure of how it would feel to live with Caleb and Philip as more than just friends or lovers. But the adjustments were smoother than he expected. They had their personal boundaries, sure, but the trust they had built in the weeks prior had made everything feel natural. It didn't feel like Ryan, the new guy, anymore. He was just as much a part of the foundation they had built as anyone else. In the mornings, they all had their routines. Jason would be the first up, making coffee and setting the tone for the day with his warm smile. Caleb liked to take his time, sipping his coffee slowly while reading the news, always the most laid back of the group. Philip, ever the planner, would check his schedule while preparing breakfast, always a bit more structured. And Ryan, well, Ryan enjoyed taking his time in the shower, something about it being his own private moment before he started the day. But no matter the differences, mornings were always spent together. Then there were the evenings. After work, or on days when they all had off, they'd spend time as a group, whether it was dinner, movie nights, or spontaneous trips out. Even after all these months, they still made sure to carve out those moments together, where the world seemed to shrink down to just the four of them. They weren't just a couple or a trio anymore. They were a family in the truest sense. But of course, with every new chapter, there were growing pains. Ryan's presence changed the dynamics. He wasn't just Caleb and Philip's lover. He was now fully integrated into the group, and that meant adjusting to new schedules, new needs, and new boundaries. While they had all agreed to this new arrangement, it wasn't always easy. Sometimes one person felt left out, or someone's needs weren't being fully met. There were times when Caleb would be absorbed in conversation with Ryan, forgetting that Philip was there too. Philip, in turn, would pull away when it felt like he wasn't being seen, and Jason would notice the tension before anyone else. The relationship wasn't without its bumps, but they worked through them with open dialogue and a commitment to ensuring everyone felt heard. One evening, after a particularly emotional discussion about the future, they all sat down in the living room, exhausted but with a renewed sense of purpose. They had talked about everything, from their individual insecurities to the larger implications of their unconventional relationship. There were moments of vulnerability, laughter, and even tears, but it was all part of what had made them stronger. "I just want to make sure we're all still good," Jason said, breaking the silence. "I mean, we're doing great, right?" Ryan looked over at him, a soft smile playing on his lips. "We are. I'm just still getting used to it all. But I can't imagine being anywhere else right now." Caleb nodded. "I think we're all doing our best, and that's enough. None of this has been easy, but we're working through it. Together." Philip, who had been quiet for a moment, leaned forward, his eyes meeting each of theirs in turn. "What we have is real," he said softly. "Sometimes it feels like a dream, but then I remember that we've worked for this. All of us. And I'm proud of us." Ryan smiled, a small sigh escaping him. "It's just, sometimes I still can't believe I'm here. I've never had something like this before, something so perfect. I'm happy, really happy." Jason squeezed his hand, a reassuring gesture. "You fit here, Ryan. Don't doubt that. You're a part of us. We're all in this together." For a long while, no one spoke. The air was filled with the quiet hum of contentment, a feeling that settled in their hearts. No matter the challenges that might arise in the future, they knew they could weather them. They had each other, and that was enough. As the days continued to pass, their love only deepened. Caleb and Philip had never expected things to go this smoothly. They had anticipated struggles, especially when it came to balancing their feelings for each other with the addition of a third partner. But what they hadn't accounted for was the chemistry between the four of them. The way their bond made everything seem so much easier than they had imagined. Ryan had never felt so cared for, so loved. The connection with Jason, Caleb, and Philip wasn't something he had to work hard to build. It was already there from the moment they'd started this journey. He had found a place where he felt valued, respected, and wanted in a way he had never experienced before. There were moments when Ryan had to remind himself that this was all still new, that this kind of love and openness was rare. And yet, it didn't feel new at all. It felt like something he had been waiting for his entire life, a dream that had somehow materialized right in front of him. And so life continued. There were still dates to be had, passions to explore, and emotions to unpack. But now, they were doing it together, no longer as separate individuals, but as a unified whole, a foursome that was creating their own path. The love between them was something unique, something that couldn't be explained in simple terms. It was a love born from deep connection, trust, and the willingness to be vulnerable. They had chosen each other, and every day that passed, it became clearer that this was a family they had built. It wasn't always perfect. No relationship ever was. But as they moved forward, The promise of what they were building together remained unwavering. Together, they had created something truly beautiful, something worth fighting for, something worth holding on to. The unspoken bond. The days continued to blend into one another as the four of them navigated the complexities of their relationship. Life wasn't always perfect, but they had a bond stronger than any of them could have anticipated. Each of them had found something in the other three that filled the gaps in their lives, and together, they created something that was both grounded and fluid. One crisp Saturday morning, the four of them decided to take a trip out of town, just for a day. A mini getaway was exactly what they needed. Jason had been working long hours recently, and Ryan's new role in their lives had him adjusting to more responsibilities. Caleb and Philip had their own challenges to work through as well, with both of them juggling work and family commitments. The thought of escaping their everyday routine for just a few hours was a welcome relief. They had settled on a small coastal town not too far away, just far enough to feel like a proper getaway. They packed up the car, the four of them together, with Ryan's bag in the back seat. The drive was filled with the usual playful banter, light-hearted teasing, and quiet moments where all four of them just enjoyed the companionship of being together. As they pulled up to a small beachside inn, the salty air immediately filled their lungs, refreshing and new. Caleb and Philip had taken a seat in the back of the car, sharing an inside joke that had the two of them laughing uncontrollably. Jason glanced at Ryan, a quiet smile playing at the edges of his lips. They didn't need to say much to understand each other's thoughts anymore. The communication between the four of them had become effortless, and that unspoken bond was something Jason cherished deeply. The weekend was exactly what they needed. Time away from the world. Time spent in each other's presence without the looming pressures of everyday life. They spent their days strolling down the beach, enjoying sunsets and eating at local diners. It was a simple kind of happiness, one that didn't need words to be understood. The days were filled with closeness, physical and emotional. Caleb and Philip, already deeply entwined, found themselves growing closer to Ryan in ways they hadn't anticipated. Ryan had always been the one with the quiet strength, the person who seemed to always know the right words to say. But here in this serene, peaceful place, they could all just be. As the day began to wind down, and the sun sank low over the horizon, the four of them stood together on the beach, watching the waves lap at the shore. The sky was painted in shades of orange, pink, and purple, a perfect mirror to the peace that settled between them. "I can't remember the last time I felt this at peace," Ryan murmured, his voice carrying on the wind. Jason wrapped an arm around his waist, pulling him closer. "I'm glad you're here with us, Ryan." Ryan smiled, his eyes reflecting the colors of the sunset. "I think we all needed this, to remember what we have together. It's more than I ever imagined." "I agree," Caleb said quietly, stepping up beside them. His hand found Jason's, their fingers intertwining as he added, "We've been through a lot together, but this feels like the next step, like we found a new rhythm." Philip nodded in agreement. "It's like we've built something solid, something we can all rely on, something real." The silence that followed was comfortable, filled with an understanding that transcended words. They all stood there for a while, letting the waves crash at their feet, letting the ocean breeze ruffle their hair. It was the first time in a long while that they'd taken a step back, allowed themselves to simply exist in each other's company without the need for anything more. After some time, Caleb broke the silence. "So what now?" he asked, his voice light. "What do you mean?" Jason asked, turning his head toward Caleb. "I mean, we've made it through the ups and downs. We've decided to stick together. We've grown as a unit. What's next for us?" Ryan looked between Caleb and Philip, then back to Jason. "I guess we keep building this. We keep growing. Together." Jason nodded. "Yeah, together." The four of them had come so far in such a short time, but they knew their journey was far from over. They had created something beautiful, something that could stand the test of time. They had weathered the storms together. And in that moment, as they stood there on the beach, they realized that no matter what challenges the future held, they would face them as a team. And that was the one certainty they all had. That evening, after a light dinner at a small cafe by the water, they returned to the inn and curled up together on the couch. The world outside seemed far away, And for the first time in a while, they allowed themselves to simply be. No expectations, no questions, no pressure. They had all found something in each other that felt right. And in that moment, that was enough. As the night drew on and the sound of their laughter echoed in the room, they knew that whatever came next, whatever challenges, joys, or unexpected twists, would be faced together. They had each other. And in the end, that was all they truly needed. A new beginning. The days after their getaway brought a sense of calm and closeness to the group. The trip had reaffirmed what they already knew. Their bond was unbreakable, and no matter what life threw their way, they could handle it together. But with the newfound peace came another realization. They had to start planning for the future, not just living in the present. The morning after they returned from their weekend, the four of them sat around the kitchen table, drinking coffee and discussing their plans. "I've been thinking," Caleb started, looking over at Jason, Ryan, and Philip. "We've gotten to a point where we're comfortable in this. But I think it's time we start talking about what the next step is. Long-term goals." Philip raised an eyebrow. "Like what? Buying a house with a bigger yard." Jason laughed. "I think we're pretty happy with where we are now, but Caleb's right. It's time to start thinking ahead." Ryan nodded, sipping his coffee. "We've been in this for a while now, and it's been good. But what happens when we start talking about the future? Realistically, do we want more kids? Do we want to get married?" There was a brief silence as the question hung in the air. The idea of a shared future had always been discussed casually in passing, but now, with everything they had built, it felt like the right time to take it seriously. Jason set his mug down and met Ryan's gaze. "We've talked about this before in pieces, but it feels different now. I think we're ready for this conversation. I'm not sure what the future holds, but I do know I want it with all of you." Caleb gave Jason a small smile before turning to Philip. "What about you, Phil? What do you want long-term?" Philip, usually more reserved about these big questions, took a deep breath before answering. "Honestly, I never really thought about a traditional future with anyone. But after everything we've been through together, I think I could get used to the idea of us building a family. Maybe not the traditional kind, but our own version of it." Jason and Caleb exchanged glances, both understanding what Philip was saying. It wasn't just about the structure of their relationship. It was about what they made of it. And what they made of it was something special. Ryan looked at them, eyes thoughtful. "So, are we talking about something more permanent? A life plan? I mean, I've never considered being part of a family this way before, but the thought of really committing to this, it started to feel like the right fit for me." "Same here," Caleb added, smiling at Ryan. "I never saw this coming. But here we are." The conversation turned into something that felt like a declaration, a promise that they would not only continue to grow as individuals, but that they would grow together. They didn't have all the answers, but that didn't matter. They knew they could figure out, as long as they were a team. Later that afternoon, they took a walk through the neighborhood. The sun was shining, and the warm breeze felt like a fresh start. As they walked side by side, Jason felt a new sense of hope for the future. They had made it this far, and with each passing day, their connection deepened. They had created a life together, one that wasn't conventional, but it was theirs. "We're going to be all right," Jason said, looking at Caleb and Philip. "No matter where life takes us, we'll handle it." Caleb grinned. "Yeah, together." Ryan walked alongside them, his hand brushing against Jason's. "I'm really glad I'm here. It feels like home." The unspoken promise between them was clear. They were in this for the long haul. Whatever came next, they would face it together. As they walked back to the house, Caleb brought up a thought that had been on his mind. "What about the house? Do we want to start looking at places, or do we stay put for a while?" Philip raised an eyebrow. "Looking for a bigger place, huh?" Jason nodded, chuckling. "Maybe not too big, but I think it might be time. We could use more space. Maybe a bigger kitchen or a place with a backyard. Something we can all grow into." Ryan smiled. "I'm on board. Let's start looking." And just like that, they were already thinking ahead. The future wasn't set in stone, but it was theirs to shape. And with each of them playing a part in it, they knew that whatever came their way, they'd face it together. And the dream of building something lasting became a reality that they could all reach for. But it wasn't just about the logistics anymore. It was about the deep connection they had built and how far they had come as a unit. The house they had shared for so long had become a symbol of their growth. Now it felt almost too small, too confining for the family they were becoming. They spent their weekends looking at properties, places that were closer to their friends, places with space to grow. But as they visited each house, one thought lingered in the back of their minds. What would make them truly happy? Jason sat with Caleb one evening, both of them looking over the latest listing on Caleb's phone. It was a beautiful home, modern with large windows and plenty of room to entertain. But there was something missing, something intangible. What do you think? Caleb asked, eyes searching Jason for an answer. Jason glanced at the pictures on the screen, but his gaze shifted to Caleb. It's nice, he said slowly, but I don't know if it's us. We've been here for so long, and this feels like a big leap. Maybe we need to take our time. Caleb smiled, sensing Jason's hesitation. We've come a long way, though, haven't we? Jason nodded. Yeah, we have. But it's not just about the house. It's about everything. The relationship we've built, the balance we have. I think we're ready for this, but I also think we need to make sure we're not rushing into it. Caleb's expression softened. I agree. We've been through so much together already. Maybe we don't need to rush into anything too big. Just something that feels right. Ryan had been quiet, sitting across from them. He cleared his throat, drawing their attention. I know it's a big decision, but I'm with you guys, no matter what. If we stay here or move, if we build something new or stay comfortable, it's all about the three of us. And now, with me, I'm in this. I just want to be sure we're all on the same page. Philip, who had been leaning against the doorframe, finally spoke up. I've been thinking about it too. Maybe it's not just the house we need to focus on. Maybe it's what makes us feel connected, no matter where we are. Jason turned to look at Philip, and for the first time in a long while, he felt a calm certainty. You're right. It's not just about the walls around us. It's about this. He gestured to the group, their connection. What we have here, this is a foundation, not just of a house, but of everything we've built. Ryan smiled, his expression warm. And I'm honored to be part of it. Whatever the future looks like, I'm ready to face it with you guys. Caleb reached over and took Jason's hand, squeezing it gently. We're all here together. Whatever happens, we've got each other. There was a peaceful moment of silence as they all realized how far they had come. They didn't need to rush into anything. They already had everything they needed in this space. But there was still work to be done, decisions to be made. They had a life to build, a future to plan, and for the first time, they could see it clearly. As the night stretched on, they decided to table the house hunting for the time being. There was no hurry. They had time to figure things out, and no matter where they ended up, they would be all right. The love they shared was strong enough to withstand any challenge. Later, as Jason lay in bed with Caleb, he reflected on everything they had overcome to get to this point, the ups and downs, the obstacles they had faced, and how they had managed to stay together. There was still uncertainty, but one thing was clear. They were in this together. The soft hum of conversation filled the air in the living room, where Jason, Caleb, Ryan, and Philip all sat together. It had been a while since they all shared a quiet evening like this. Just the four of them, without the complications of external pressures. Philip's absence from recent chapters had been noticeable, but now, as he sat beside Caleb on the couch, it felt like things were finally back to the way they should be. Jason glanced over at Philip, his eyes meeting his with a silent understanding. The tension that had once seemed to hang between them was now gone. They had talked about it, hashed out their feelings, and now they were stronger for it. Philip, ever the wild card, was no longer on the outskirts. He was here, right where he belonged. Ryan, who had recently been navigating his own space in their relationship, felt a mixture of gratitude and hesitation. He had always known that this was a delicate balance, that the emotions involved weren't simple. But now, as they sat together, sharing casual conversation, he couldn't help but feel more at ease. It was strange, but he was starting to feel at home in a way that he hadn't expected. He had a place here, And maybe even more importantly, they had a place for him. "I think we come a long way," Caleb said, his voice steady but warm. He glanced at each of them in turn. "The way we've been handling things, it's working, all of us together." Jason smiled at Caleb's words. He reached out, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Yeah, it's been a ride, but I think we're all getting the hang of it." Ryan nodded in agreement. "It's not perfect, but nothing really is. But it feels right, you know?" Philip chuckled, leaning back in the couch. "Yeah, it feels damn right. I can't imagine things being any other way." His tone was light, but his eyes were filled with sincerity. "You guys, I didn't realize how much I missed this." There was a pause in conversation, but it wasn't uncomfortable. It was as if they all were simply appreciating the fact that they had made it this far. Ryan had his moments of doubt, and so did Philip, but they had all worked through it. Jason leaned forward slightly. "I think we're at a good place. And if we ever want to grow from here, whether that means expanding the group or keeping things how they are, it's up to us." Caleb's gaze softened. "Exactly. Whatever happens, we stick together. All of us." There was something reassuring in his words. Jason, Caleb, Philip, and Ryan, they were a family of sorts, even if it looked unconventional to outsiders. They had their struggles, but those had only made them stronger. Ryan looked at each of them and then, a bit sheepishly, said, "So, I guess this is it then? We're all in this together." Jason, with a playful grin, gave him a nod. "Yeah, Ryan, we're all in this together. Welcome to the family." The group laughed softly, the tension fully gone. The conversation drifted into other topics, but there was a new energy in the air, a sense of unity that hadn't been there before. They were no longer just navigating their individual desires, but had become a cohesive unit, one that would face whatever challenges came next. For Philip, it was an affirmation that he truly belonged. He wasn't just a cousin, or the one who had once caused ripples. Now, he was an integral part of something that felt real, something that could last. As the evening wore on, they continued to share stories and laughter, the atmosphere filled with warmth and a feeling of peace that had been absent before. For once, it felt like they had truly found their place. Together, the days had passed since the conversation in the living room, but the warmth and understanding they had shared lingered. The four of them, Jason, Caleb, Ryan, and Philip, had grown closer, and the space between them felt more natural than ever before. They had figured out their boundaries, their desires, and their expectations, and now it was all about seeing how far they could go with their love. Jason and Caleb had always been open about their emotions, but now, with Philip and Ryan in the picture, it was like a new chapter of their relationship was unfolding. It wasn't without its challenges, of course, but every hurdle they encountered seemed to strengthen their bond even more. They were no longer just navigating their emotions alone. They were doing it together as a unit. The weekend had arrived, and the house was buzzing with energy. Ryan was already in the kitchen, preparing breakfast for group, a task he had grown to enjoy. It was small moments like these that made him feel more grounded in their dynamic. Caleb and Philip had gone out to run a few errands, leaving Jason alone to enjoy the peace of the morning. Jason leaned against the counter, watching Ryan flip pancakes with ease. He smiled, thinking about how much things had changed over the last few months. At first, he'd been hesitant to welcome Ryan into their lives so fully, but now it felt like they were meant to be together. The awkwardness had dissipated, and the affection between them all had solidified into something deeper. "Good morning." Caleb's voice called from the door. He entered with Philip beside him, both of them carrying bags from the market. The two men exchanged a quick kiss, a silent greeting, before Caleb caught Jason's eye. "Looks like someone's getting the hang of this domestic life," Caleb teased, glancing at Ryan, who was finishing up breakfast. Ryan chuckled, wiping his hands on the towel around his neck. "You could say I'm settling in. It's not so bad, you know." Jason stepped forward to greet them, smiling as he kissed Caleb softly on the lips. "It's nice, isn't it? The way everything is starting to feel like home." Philip, who had been silent until now, nodded. "Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It feels right. All of us. It's real." Ryan looked over at Philip, his expression thoughtful. "You know, It took me a while to get here, but I feel like we built something solid, something that works for all of us." The quiet reassurance in Ryan's voice made Jason feel a deep sense of contentment. They had all arrived at a place where their relationship, as unconventional as it might have seemed to others, was a testament to the love and trust they had for one another. There was no more uncertainty, no more questioning whether this was the right thing. They had chosen each other, and that was all that mattered. Breakfast was a casual affair, the conversation flowing easily as they sat around the table. It was an extraordinary day, but there was something undeniably special about it. It was one of those moments that felt like everything was in its right place. As they finished eating, Caleb stood up, his gaze shifting to Jason. "You know, I've been thinking. We've talked about a lot of things lately, where we are, where we want to be, and I think I'm ready to take the next step." Jason furrowed his brow slightly, intrigued. "What do you mean?" Caleb glanced at Ryan, and then at Philip before turning back to Jason. I think it's time we officially call this what it is. All of us, together. I want to make sure we're clear on this, on what we have." Jason felt a surge of warmth spread through him. "You mean like really make it official?" Caleb nodded. "Exactly. I don't want any uncertainty anymore. I want everyone to know that we're in this together, not just as a group of people, but as a family. I'm ready to commit fully. All of us." Jason's heart raced, and he glanced at Ryan and Philip, both of them watching with similar expressions of affection and anticipation. This was the moment that they had been waiting for, the moment that would solidify their bond in ways that nothing else had. Ryan spoke up first, his voice filled with sincerity. "I've always wanted to be part of something real, something that lasts. I'm in completely. No turning back." Philip, with a soft smile, added, "Same here. This feels like the right path. I'm not going anywhere." Jason, now overwhelmed with emotion, looked at Caleb and nodded. Then it settled. "We're all in this. Together. For real." The four of them stood together, the weight of their words settling around them. There was no need for grand gestures or dramatic declarations. Their love was enough. It was a quiet certainty, one that only they could truly understand. As the day unfolded, they continued to bask in the comfort of their decision. There would be challenges ahead, no doubt, but together, they were more than capable of facing anything that came their way. The world outside might not always understand their unconventional love, but inside their home, it was perfect, and that was all that mattered. The sun was starting to set, casting a warm glow through the large windows of the living room. The four of them were gathered on the couch, a casual evening, but there was an undeniable shift in the air. They had committed to each other, spoken the words that made their bond more real than it had ever been. Jason glanced over at Caleb, who was sitting next to him, resting his hand on Jason's leg. Ryan and Philip were on the other side of the room, talking quietly, their heads bent close as they discussed plans for the week. Jason couldn't help but feel the weight of the past few months lifting off his shoulders. There had been doubts. There had been moments of uncertainty. But now everything was solid. They had all made the choice to be in this together, without hesitation. And it felt right. "Do you think we're really doing this?" Jason asked quietly, looking over at Caleb. Caleb turned his head to look at him, his eyes soft and filled with warmth. "Yeah, I do. I think we've made it, you know? This is more than just us figuring out how to be in a relationship with multiple people. This is about love, trust, and knowing that we're all here for each other, no matter what." Jason smiled, leaning in to kiss Caleb gently. He didn't need any more words to express how deeply he felt. Caleb could see it all in his eyes. Ryan and Philip joined them a moment later, the quiet conversation between them having softened into easy laughter. They settled down next to Jason and Caleb, the four of them creating a quiet, comfortable circle. The space felt full of love, full of possibility. Philip broke the silence, his voice serious but kind. "I've been thinking a lot about how far we've come, how different we are from when we first met." Jason nodded, his hand still on Caleb's leg. "Yeah, it's hard to believe. Everything happened so fast, but now, it feels like we've been together forever." Ryan leaned back against the couch, looking around at all of them with a smile. I remember how awkward it was in the beginning. I wasn't sure where I fit into all of this, but now it feels natural, like we belong together. Caleb agreed, his gaze flicking between each of them. We've learned how to work through our issues, how to communicate. We know what each other needs. I think we figured it out. The air in the room felt light and easy, a far cry from the tension they had all faced when this relationship was still new. They had worked through the hurdles, the doubts, the jealousy, and now it was as if a weight had been lifted off their collective shoulders. I think the next step is finding out how to keep all of this going, Jason said thoughtfully. It's easy to fall into routines, to forget that we need to keep making an effort for each other. But I want us to always keep that spark alive. Ryan nodded. I agree. Relationships, whether it's 2 people or 4, take work. But I think we're up for it. There was a moment of silence as everyone considered Ryan's words. The 4 of them shared a look that spoke volumes. This wasn't just a relationship. This was their family. They were creating something that was theirs alone, something no one could take from them. It had challenges, but they had each other. And that was enough. Jason took a deep breath, standing up and walking toward the kitchen. I think it's time to celebrate, he said, his voice filled with purpose. We've been through a lot, and we've come out stronger. Let's have a night just for us. Something to mark this moment. Caleb followed him, a smirk on his face. You mean a celebration of us? I'm all in. Philip and Ryan got up to join them, their energy still buzzing from the earlier conversation. They spent the next few hours cooking together, laughing as they prepared a big meal, choosing songs for the evening, and reminiscing about how far they had come since they first started this journey. Once dinner was on the table, they sat down together, the 4 of them enjoying the food, the conversation, and the comfort of each other's presence. The evening stretched on, and they talked about everything from their childhoods to the future they saw together. The more they spoke, the clearer it became that they had created a strong foundation, a foundation that would hold up against any challenge. It wasn't just about sex or intimacy anymore. They had crossed that bridge. It was about love. It was about respect. It was about building something real with people who understood them in ways no one else could. As the night went on, the conversation slowed, and they eventually found themselves curled up together on the couch. Ryan leaned against Jason, Caleb's head resting on his shoulder and Philip's hand on his knee. It was a quiet peace, but it was the kind of peace they had all been searching for. Jason looked around at his 3 partners, his heart full. They had found something special, something not everyone could understand, but they didn't need anyone else's approval. We've come a long way, Jason said softly, his voice a mere whisper in the stillness of the room. But I think we're just getting started. The others nodded in agreement, and for the first time in a long while, Jason truly felt at home.